can't remember it myself. I'm a little rusty on it.
I'll hum it for you.
That looks good. This looks good. All right. I think we're good. Hello, everybody. Okay, sorry. So, one thing about this entire process is it is a big learning experience. And always making sure that you've checked off all the things before you hit the button. And now I've learned there's one more thing I need to check going forward. But we are here. We are ready. There's actually one thing we're going to fix on the fly, but that's mainly because I can't really fix it. But let's intro the show really quickly. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening whenever you are watching this. My name is Josh, and welcome to my channel. On here, we talk news, politics, and current events. Yeah, how's everyone doing? It is super fucking cold out today. But yeah, otherwise a good day, a Monday. Over the weekend, obviously, there was quite a bit of unrest across the country, as is typical in America, because of police brutality and because of the unfortunate and broken policing system that we have in this country. We're going to start with that, but first, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to fix an issue really quickly. So let me switch over real quick. All right, because it doesn't let me do this if I'm in too small of a window. So I'm going to have to shrink myself back to the size of my damn box. There is it. There we are. Okay. Is that? No, still not quite within the... Oh my god. I'll tell you. Technology, man. Technology. Okay. That seems like it should be good. Right? You want to cooperate? Want to cooperate? There we go. Okay, cool. We're back to the proper size. All right, back to me. Okay, cool. Now that that's fixed, and now that that's not bothering me anymore, now we're good. All right, so over the weekend, as I mentioned, a lot of unrest, and a lot of people have had some takes. So I want to kind of take a look and go over a little bit of that. Let's check in with our resident, our resident Black culture reporter, reporting in from his hood, Benjamin Shapiro. Let's go take a look what Ben has to say about this. Already, 5 black police officers involved in the alleged murder of a black man are emissaries of white supremacy, or alternatively, members of the media largely care about narrative more than actual fact. So this should not be like an incredibly shocking take from Ben here, since really the answer that you tend to find from the right is that there either is no problem or the problem is something different. The issue of American over-policing and the, quite frankly, the very loose, restrictions we have on the police can't be the problem, because it's about the media. Ben here makes a fatal error. Actually, let's zoom in for a little bit. I feel like this is, whoa, that's too far. I feel like that's better. That's better. So, 5 black police officers all armed in the alleged murder of a black man are emissaries of white supremacy. So what Ben is failing to kind of realize here off the bat, which I think a lot of people are, is if you took black police officers out of this, the conversation isn't changing. Do you notice that? Do you notice how the conversation hasn't really changed just because the officers who killed Tyree Nichols were black? Do you want to know why that is? It's actually very obvious. It's because of the racialized system that we have for policing. That's why. At the end of the day, that is the actual critique, not that there is no, it's not that it's more of an issue or less of an issue. It's the exact same amount of an issue. Police brutality, whether performed by black officers or white officers, is bad, regardless of irregardless of their race. Even if, like, you know, if any of these cops were like Latinos, it doesn't matter. We would still be having the same conversation. Regardless of the race of the officers, they are still participating, and clearly, what's the word I'm looking for? Performing the duties that reinforce, performing the actions that reinforce the white hegemon in this country. Now, we talked last time a little bit about the connection of like white people and like systems that favor white people. And like I've said before, that like what the issue is not like, it's not an issue of white people, the same way crime is not an issue of black people. What it is an issue of inequality, and one that is targeted against certain people. So we need to address this. We need to address it in a way that that fits the moment, right? So obviously, like the system needs to change. It's not really any of these identifiers of who did what and how did it, and irregardless of who the system favors, the problem is that the system is favoring anybody. The system should be fair for everybody. Now, obviously, I don't know if that's like I don't know if that's a popular take on the left. But that's overall my opinion on this one. But like, notice this is the thing. This is also the thing. Ben Shapiro has to go out of his way to ignore, because understand he's going alternatively. So ignore or not, don't be interested in 5 black police officers brutally murdering a citizen that they are sworn to protect. That's not important. What's important is members of the media largely care about narrative more than actual fact. Now, do you think Ben is working off of facts here? Do you think Ben is working off of facts, or is Ben working actively in the beginning of this statement to undermine a critique levied at a system by, arguing that there's some kind of, there's no way that black people can be racist or can participate in a racist system against other black people. Like at the end of the day, Ben's talking about 2 completely different issues and not really sticking on point. He would rather talk about the media because he doesn't want to he wants to set aside any of the systemic responsibility that clearly needs to be laid at the feet of policing on this one. And it doesn't help. So another thing that I noticed a lot of people going over the weekend was this article. Written by Van Jones. The police who killed Tyree Nichols were black, but they might still have been driven by racism. So here's the thing. And again, it feels disingenuous that I'm explaining this like again, or at the very least that I'm offering maybe more of an explanation than it really deserves. But I want to engage with this. And also, let's also note Destiny over here. Maybe it was just shit cops going on a violent power trip, and not every single bad thing that happens to a black person is racism. This can be true. Is there a, explanation that there are bad cops committing violence irregardless of race. Yes, that is true. We know that to be true. The police are not good vanguards of justice and of peacekeeping. Clearly, their history has kind of shown that, right? But like, you could point to that vague thing that definitely happens, but I don't think anybody in here is saying that not every single bad thing that happens to a black person is racism, but there are certain things that happen to black people disproportionately, which can be explained by systemic racism. Destiny, unfortunately, is doing this. He knows this. I've seen his recent his older content. I recently actually watched the JonTron debate that he had. It's very obvious he understands this concept and understands this dynamic, but for whatever reason, he is decided to not really be interested in it. I guess I'm not 100% sure where his interest is on this one, because at the end of the day, we can talk about cops being bad, but cops being bad in a very specific way gives you a pattern, and that pattern reveals biases. And there's also a cat behind me. What's up, Misa? Hi. Do you want to say hi? Would you like to say hi? Would you like to say hi? Okay, you just stay there then. But anyway, either way, it's the system of policing in the United States has to change. Unfortunately, we have leaders in both the Democratic Party and more oppositionally in the Republican Party to enacting meaningful change that we need. We need to do better as a country. Now, obviously, there were also the protests. I haven't seen a lot of footage from the weekend. Admittedly, I was working most of it, but I didn't see a lot of overwhelming, an overwhelming amount of rioting, an overwhelming amount of violence. For the most part, I heard there were protests, and they just kind of happen. It is very cold out right now, and obviously people are probably not super keen to go standing and walking around outside in the freezing cold. But at the end of the day, like, with that being said about our elected leaders, what are people supposed to do? And I genuinely mean that. What are the not just marginalized, but the concerned citizens who, for the most part, agree on a lot of these factors? Ask most Americans, and they will agree with you that policing in this country has some problems, and rioting and mass protesting. But we'll speak more specifically to the rioting, to any rioting that may have taken place. It comes down to it where, when your government simply does not take action on the things you elect them to represent you to take action on, how else are you to get their attention? If the electoral system has failed them in some way, what are they supposed to do? How else do they ameliorate their political concerns? How else? If you won't listen to anything else, you're definitely going to listen to people are definitely there are definitely politicians who are going to listen and notice more of these riots, notice more of violent action, as they continue to not take the necessary action. So this isn't excuse making, but there is an element to this of irresponsibility, of gridlock. This is what you get. And go to any country, whenever there are there are these gridlocks in their governing body and their ability to not just pass legislation, not just do any of those sort of bureaucratic things, but any ability to change the society that you're in, to modify it, to fix the things that are wrong with it, things that aren't going well, that aren't working for everybody. People lose faith in that system, and I think that a lot of that is what we see nowadays, is a lot of people just losing faith in the system. And I'm not somebody who would sit here and tell you that you shouldn't vote for Democrats, that you shouldn't vote, that you should not vote at all. It's not worth it. Electoral politics is important. And it is important because at the end of the day, you need to send representatives that you think are going to represent you. So participating in primaries is the number one way if you want some of this change done. If you want any of these changes, I hate to break it to you, there is no third option in the US. There just isn't. The walls and the barriers put up, constructed, quite frankly, from both parties, but also constructed by the relationship that the information media has with those parties as well. You have a slim to none chance of a third party working out. And in the meantime, unfortunately, you must contend with the politics of the day. There's not as much space as I think people would wish there was, and I wish there was too, to be able to just vote your conscience all the time. Participating in electoralism is participating in strategy, unfortunately. But anyway, all of that being said, there is somebody who had a take, who I guess spoke up about the happenings here on this fine Monday. Hi, okay. The Daily Wire, also the Daily Wire's own, and probably where Ben gets his information from, Candace Owens. So let's kind of see what Candace's take on this these days. Normally Candace is the person at the end of the day who the Daily Wire, wheels out whenever they want to denigrate Black Lives Matter, whenever they want to, what's the word I'm looking for? Whenever they want to critique, the Black community broadly, they know that they have Candace here to give them a little bit of that cover. So let's kind of hear what she has to say on her show, shall we?
All right, let's talk about the Tyree Nichols situation. Obviously, we have to talk about it. The media has nearly insisted upon it by teasing out the video before they released it. It was almost like a trailer. It's coming. It's going to be really bad. It's going to be worse than anything that you've ever seen.
Okay, off the bat, is this what's the problem with that? Like, okay, they're like, hey, we're going to release open information. Just to let you know, it'll come out around this time. There might be a slight delay, but if anybody asks, this is when it's coming out. Like, yeah, people want to see the footage if they have access to the footage. No shit.
It's going to be worse than Rodney King, the police chief actually said. So, of course, we all expected it
it's
to drop
pretty bad.
Friday
it was pretty bad.
And I want to start off by offering some commentary to his parents because, first and foremost, this is not anything at all.
I am sure they're appreciative of that.
And what I mean by that is that the media told us a bunch of falsities in the beginning and lied. In this circumstance, you see a man that is...
This is unrelated. Should I move my light? Maybe I should move it over there. Maybe that would be better. Like I said, every time. I'll deal with this. I'll deal with this when we're done.
Yelling mom, and he's not referring to his girlfriend like George Floyd was referring to. He's referring to his actual mom who lived just a couple of blocks away. So that's...
Does that matter? Wait. Wait, what's the relevant part? Like, okay, does that matter? Like, yeah, he was yelling for a loved one. Okay.
It's heart-wrenching to watch. And I want to acknowledge that these are individuals that are in pain, irrespective of what took place, to watch the last moments of your son's life, someone who you were in their life. Again, not like George Floyd, where people came out of the woodwork. I'm his cousin, I'm his brother, I'm a person who hasn't spoken to him in years, but I love him and I miss him. This is...
Wait, what is this? Candace, what is this? Seriously, like honestly, what the fuck even is this? Wait, no, we're going back.
What took place, to watch the last moments of your son's life. And foremost, this is not anything at all like the George Floyd situation.
Oh,
what I mean,
wait, okay, so she's trying, okay, so she's like, hey, these are two black guys who got killed. Let me tell you how one is tragic and unacceptable, and the other is perfectly fine, acceptable. You should not have been shocked by George Floyd's death. Like, I don't know what the fuck is this? They talk about fucking, these are the same people who talk about fucking oppression Olympics. What is this nonsense? Two people's lives are lost. Who gives a fuck about any of this frivolous detail about whose name that they yelled out? Is the fact that them as a human being yelled out to a loved one not enough for these people? Fucking monstrous.
By that is that the media told us a bunch of falsities in the beginning and lied. In this circumstance, you see a man that is yelling mom, and he's not referring to his girlfriend like George Floyd was referring to. He's referring to his actual mom.
Okay, who cares?
A couple of blocks away. So
is it like worse that he yelled for his mother and not his girlfriend by a nickname?
Irrespective of what took place, to watch the last moments of your son's life,
like,
someone who you were in their life. Again, not like George Floyd, where people came out of the woodwork. I'm his cousin, I'm his brother, I'm a person who hasn't spoken to him in years, but I love him and I miss him. This is a...
What? Because so let me get this straight. It was okay that the cops killed George Floyd because he didn't have a lot of close friends at the time. That's what we're going with. Okay, sure. That's
a mother and
that
father
makes
that
fucking sense.
And they are truly aggrieved. And so I just want to recognize that and offer compassion as we discuss this circumstance.
Right.
The second thing that I want to...
Candace, let's be clear. You would push every black person in front of you into the slave trade. Let's be really clear about that. Candace is the first Candace has already hedged her bets that in any scenario, like, she will push every black person in front of her for any, like, in any dangerous, any kind of like situation, to put herself in front of them. Like, Candace Owens is a awful person.
Say is that the footage is positively horrific.
Yeah, no shit.
Horrific to watch. In the beginning, I kind of went into it and I said, oh, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. And then it goes on. And for me, it was this particular portion where you see that they had Tyre Nichols on the ground. You see that he has his hands up in the defense position, and he's fully outnumbered. And they continue.
Yeah, cause that's maybe Candace hasn't like paid any attention for the last couple of years, but that is kind of how it works. You know, I remember Eric Gardner. Come on. I distinctly remember Eric Garner, not exactly a fair 1v1 me Rust Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 match. Now, was it? It's almost like every instance of police brutality always involves a disproportionate amount of ability to harm someone on the police's side.
Continue to hit him. They're pepper spraying him, and then there's this moment where one of the police officers starts pulling him up.
Stop it. I also want to be clear. So I don't really want to watch the whole thing for the Tyre Nichols stuff. And damn sure we're not watching it on stream. I don't even know if I can show that, but like, this is the thing. What happened to Tyre Nichols? Bring me back real quick. What happened to Tyre Nichols was not unique, was not surprising and was not uncharacteristic of the police. Now, it was shocking because of the maybe prolonged episode of violence that we witnessed. But when we talk about police brutality, pepper spraying somebody, hitting them, hitting them while they're on the ground, putting chokeholds on people, doing apprehending assaulting somebody after they've already been handcuffed, after they've been detained, after they've been taken to the ground. We have seen every single element of Tyree Nichols' abuse since the Rodney King beatings in 90 and 92. Like, this was not a unique event at the end of the day. And that's the part that's so damaging. That's the part that people have consistently been getting more and more pissed about, because we see this time and time and time and time and time again. And we are told constantly that it's not the system, it's just a few bad apples. But yet, these bad apples are somehow in California, they're in Ohio, they're in New York, they're in every state apparently, but it's not a problem with the system. So, it's around the country, but, you can't find it according to the conservatives in the United States. It's cowardice is what it is. And it's also a disregard and an uninterest in people's lives. But yeah, as violent as it was, not that unique. We've seen all of this before. Just so happens that we got to see more of it. Now, you could have a conversation about, isn't it interesting how quick the turnaround was to get body cam footage out, to basically throw these cops? What is it that these officers did that any of the others didn't, that earned them getting thrown under the bus, earned them getting thrown out by their boys in blue who are always supposed to back the blue? You can have a conversation about why these are the 5 officers that immediately, they didn't go on they didn't go on paid leave. They didn't go on administrative leave. They're not sitting at home picking up a paycheck, hanging out, waiting to find out if they have a job. No. The police force there were quick to act. And that's the thing. That's, we can have that conversation, but we're not going to. Not right now. At the moment, the conversation we need to be having is about police and the system. But there is going to be a time, in the short-ish future, where we need to talk about why these officers were not afforded the protection that usually police precincts offer their other officers. And could that be, another, just one more piece of evidence for the racist system of policing? Could possibly be. And anyway, let's get back.
And that's the moment where the police officers, to me, are just so guilty, right? You have every opportunity to apprehend the suspect when he is fully on the ground with his hands up, right?
And what's different about this scenario
back up to his feet
and George
and
Floyd?
They start punching him in the face. What could possibly justify that? Doesn't make sense, right?
Like again, keep in mind, horrible violence, but what's the difference? What, they kept beating him as opposed to what? Just killing him in one combo? That's really the only substantive difference here.
It's not like you're fighting him and you just can't get him onto the ground. He's on the ground. Why pull him back up? It is important to say this because sometimes this gets lost in the media, but the footage that has been released only begins after the police confront him, which means we have not yet seen all of the footage in its entirety. From the BBC, this is a direct quote, "The footage released only begins after police confront him at an intersection at 8:24 p.m. local time. Police say the initial traffic stop was not filmed, but we don't know why. So we don't know why.
I wonder why. I wonder why the police had no interest in filming that. That's a good question. That's a great one.
Why we are not
Whoa, that's loud. Okay, we're going to turn Candace down just a little bit.
seeing the initial traffic stop, and why that is relevant is because you may see that as this case pulls out, some more information is going to be provided. I think it's very strange that they teased this release. They dropped everything except for the initial stop. And again, it's also relevant because this is what the police officers, as they were speaking,
it's almost like the police have a vested interest in framing
really
the interaction.
We don't know whether or not he's really high.
In their favor.
Toxicology has not yet been released yet.
It's funny how this is like suspicious to Candace. This has never been suspicious to Candace in any other case, by the way.
And they also said that he grabbed their gun. Now, if that took place, if there's some part of the footage that we haven't seen yet that is completely wild, and we see them being threatened, and we see the suspect, Tyree Nichols, grabbing their gun, it wouldn't change my opinion that at the point that he was on the floor and they could have apprehended him and they pulled him back up to beat him, that they are guilty. It would not change my opinion. But
would it? Let's be honest. Would it? Does anybody actually believe that Candace Owens gives a shit about if there was a suspected, if the police had suspected that he was going for their gun? No. This is irrelevant to Candace Owens. Candace Owens has never once been interested in the oh well, you know, if the well, you know, if you know, if he's on the ground but he's still going for your gun, I guess not. How many times has Candace Owens gone out of her way to make the cops' to make the situation that the cops claim to have been in the most dangerous possible? How often has she talked about how dangerous it is to be a police officer? How dangerous it is that you could lose your life at the blink of an eye because somebody grabs your gun. We've already heard this from Candace on other cases.
But it would allow you to say, I can understand, or not even understand, but you can see why the police are so fired up. Because at the point that we see the footage, you just go, are the police on drugs? Why are they so angry? Why are they so up and at it?
Fun fact, they're not on drugs. They're on power.
This beating.
That's what they're on.
You're going, what led to this moment, right? What led to this climax is what you're thinking. And if it feels like maybe we're missing something, it could be we might see maybe they got super angry because in the beginning he grabbed their gun, as they said. We don't know if that's true. So I want to acknowledge that there are portions of this that are missing. We don't know whether or not he died from his injuries. That has not been yet determined. At least media is saying that has not yet been determined, even though family members are saying he did die from the beating. We don't officially have that as the narrative in our possession, and we don't know what happened in the beginning. And I think it is ridiculous that they did not just release the full footage, because that is how conspiracies are born, right? When you only insert a piece of the footage or the end of the footage, and people don't know what transpired in the beginning. Again, my personal opinion is that
does it matter if he went for their gun? Does it matter if he went for one of 5 officers' firearms who are beating the shit out of him? Don't you think that that's a pretty reasonable and pretty understandable self-defense response? These cops put a beating on this guy worse than anything was ever going, than worse than what happened to someone like, I don't know, maybe the right's favorite, Kyle Rittenhouse. But yet, we still have to have a conversation about maybe there's a way that the cops were being kind of sort of reasonable, or like maybe I can understand that if he went for, there are 5 officers there. If you are telling me that 5 officers, like one guy having his like one guy having his gun reached for, and there's 4 other guys, it's not gonna matter. It's not gonna matter. Like, it's fucking absurd.
Nothing would justify what happened toward the end of that video. I also want to talk about what I have been saying for years, which is that if this felt to you like it did to me, like you were watching a gang beat someone, like you were watching the Bloods as they caught a Crip, or the Crips as they caught a Blood, and they're just beat.
Oh my God, Candace, why are you like this? Also, I find it funny that that only when the cops are, like only when the police that we're referring to are black is Candace Owens willing to characterize the police as gangs. Do you notice that? When it's what's his fucking name that kneeled on George Floyd's neck? That guy's not a gang member. When it's what's the I'm always bad with fucking names. When it's homeboy who shot what's the kid? The kid in Florida. When it's that guy, I didn't hear this guy's like a gang member. This guy's like a violent criminal. No, I heard self-defense out of that. Like it's funny. It's funny that this is the singular time you have ever heard Candace ever refer to the police as a gang. Only when it's somebody who's when it's an officer who's black, when it's officers who are black. Isn't that telling?
Beating him. If it felt to you like that, then maybe it's perhaps because of what we have been saying, which is that when you remove police officers, right, that are good, if you start movements like defund the police, when
how do you do that?
Incentivize policing, if you actually did remove all police, what's going to naturally rise up?
Did that happen? No, seriously. In Memphis, Tennessee, do they not have a police force, you dumb fucking bitch? Like, did that happen? I'm not even gonna go check, because there's zero fucking chance that it did.
Are gangs, right? It is why these cities have become more murderous. It is why criminals are not fearful in these cities anymore, in these inner city communities. The reason why this is taking place is because that's what happens in the absence of policing. But also what's happening
the
is
police
that
legendarily
say,
not
there's
around.
No incentive to be a police, then bad men say there's an incentive to be a police officer. Now I'm wearing the badge. Now I can do whatever I want to. And in this circumstance, it may is that
wait,
good men
go back,
say,
go back for a second.
What's going to naturally rise up are gangs, right?
Right.
It is why these cities have become more murderous.
Well, you have to also remember that, like, not only to her point about gangs, the police are literally a gang. You do understand that. They hold a monopoly of force over the areas in which they police. They are sanctioned by the government to perform violence in the what's the word? In the on behalf of the state and the state's interests.
It is why criminals are not fearful in these cities anymore, in these inner city communities. The reason why this is taking place is because that's what happens in the absence of policing. But also what's happening is that when good men say there's no incentive to be a police, then bad men say there's an incentive to be a police officer. Now,
wait, if you're a good person and you think that policing is a good career, you would do it anyway, because your incentive would be being a good police officer. You see, good police officers don't need incentives. Good police officers want to be good police officers. That's their goal. Their start point, their end point is be a good cop. Their start point is learn how to be a good cop. That's the difference, dumbass. Like, what the fuck is this? What you've said that you want guardrails on police violence, and you want accountability for police. Well, you know, if there's accountability for police, good officers won't want to apply for it. won't want to be cops if they're going to be held to account. Guess what? They're good police officers. They don't need accountability because they would be good police officers. You have accountability to deter bad police officers. This isn't hard. This isn't fucking hard. This is rather simple with your dumb looking ass face. Fucking Christ. I also, by the way, the reason why I'm a little bit more heated in the last like minute or two, I come from a police family. This is bullshit. This is nothing but fucking apologia for abusive, corrupt police. That's all this is. That is, we cannot have accountability because good cops don't like accountability. Fun fact, good cops fucking love accountability. Guess what? If you don't like accountability, don't be a fucking officer. How about that?
I'm wearing the badge. Now I can do whatever I want to. And in this circumstance, it may be
This is the most backwards fucking logic ever.
You're no longer picking from high quality men. You're dealing with people that have within their capacity to harm other individuals. And I do want to, again, press upon the fact that the media in this circumstance has been inexcusable.
Who gives a shit? Who fucking gives a shit? Who the fuck is talking about the media right now? We're talking about policing, Candace. The issue is with policing, not with the fucking media. But again, notice that's the only thing she wants to talk about. The only fucking thing she wants to talk about. The only actual substantive thing she wants to talk about is the fucking media, because all her whole goal is to differentiate herself and differentiate her news network from actual news networks.
Have gotten ourselves into this predicament because of the media.
Using this tragedy to draw a comparison and make yourself
is asking ourselves
look like some arbiter of truth and fact.
Had already secured and executed an interview with Tyre Nichols' parents before we even ever saw the footage. Ben Crump.
It's called good journalism, you dipshit.
Was down there before we even saw the footage.
Something the Daily Wire has no idea.
370 million people. How are they able to so quickly reach out to all of the right race-baiting characters, right?
What?
To get
go back.
We are furthering ourselves into this predicament because of the media. And a piece of that is asking ourselves the question, how on earth it is that Don Lemon had already secured and executed an interview with Tyre Nichols' parents before we even ever saw the footage.
Does she know?
Was down there before we even saw the footage. Who is feeding this information? There's a lot of people in the United States, 370 million people.
Probably the victims, because CNN reached out to them to investigate the story. They have these things called investigators at CNN. They have reporters. Do you not you do realize that all of these news networks have local reporters who reach out to these people because guess what? They live in the same fucking city. Also, I don't know if Candace doesn't know how fucking what's the word? Cartography works. But why don't you grab a fucking map and tell me how far New York is from Memphis, Tennessee? It's not that far. I don't even think they're in the same. I don't even think they're in different time zones. It takes you maybe a 2-hour flight to get down to Tennessee from like New York, I'm pretty sure. Especially if you're one of these rich, like, CNN broadcasters, or really anybody with CNN. These people run a fucking news network, but somehow have no idea how investigative journalism works. Hell, even reporter, assuming that's a word, journalism works. Like, what the fuck is this? Oh, how did they get down there? Why am I doing Jordan Peterson? How did they get down there before like footage was out? Fun fact, they probably have a local subsidiary that they have contacts with that can just go and ask the family members, or ask a source at the police department, or ask a source in local government. Like, holy shit.
People, how are they able to so quickly reach out to all of the right race-baiting characters?
I don't know, maybe it's the fucking internet.
To get this footage out and to start hitting at the fact that policing in America is wrong and to suggest that people should be outside protesting and being outraged. Peaceful protests, they say.
Says the Make America Great Again fan.
Peaceful. That's not what they want. And they so desperately want to make this about race. I don't know how they possibly could. All of the police officers that have been charged with second-degree murder here, all 5 of them are Black.
Whoa. There are Black police officers who reinforce and perform punitive actions on other Black people on behalf of the broken policing system that we have that disproportionately targets Black Americans. Whoa, how the fuck did that happen? Don't you think when they became police officers, somebody pulled them into the room and went, hey, now you guys got to remember, you're defending Whitey now. You guys got to remember that you're on team mayonnaise now. Like, what the fuck? Like, yeah, it's called a fucking system. I participate in capitalism as like someone who's a lot more socialist leaning. Like, these systems are broader and more subtle than you would ever think, Candace. Fucking A.
Darius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith are all Black men. The Memphis chief of police, who was...
I love how she says that with the same, like, vile, like, the same wicked tongue that she would listing, like, rapists or something.
Out there telling us the footage is going to be really bad, essentially a dog whistle for riots and looting, right? Her name's Carolyn Davis. She is also Black. The racial composition of Memphis alone, it is a Black city. African Americans, 64.41% of the city is Black, compared to just 27.87% of the city, which is white. You have an all-Black city. You have a
Were those numbers all Black? I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. My brain was like, I was trying to recover the brain cells from this fucking stupidity. I was trying to like regrow them really quickly in between. Give me those numbers again.
Of the city, which is white. You have an all-Black. The racial composition of Memphis alone, it is a Black city. African Americans, 64.41.
64? All Black, 64. Okay.
1% of the city is Black, compared to just 27.87% of the city, which is white. You have an all-Black city. You have a majority Black city council, 13 members comprised of 8 Black individuals and 5 white people, okay? This city couldn't be Black, or maybe it could. This is a Black city. This has nothing to do with race.
64% Black city. Are you guys familiar with the one drop rule? Is that what this is? Is Memphis just falling under the one drop rule? That because Memphis has like 1% over, like, if Memphis has 51% Black people, it's immediately a black city.
It is extraordinary to watch individuals try to deem it so. One example, Van Jones. It's stunning. You're going to think that this was written for the Babylon Bee. You're going to think this is satire, but no.
I would love for Candace Owens to actually converse with Van Jones.
And the headline reads, opinion,
hey, we looked at this.
The police who killed Tyree Nichols were Black, but they might still have been driven by racism.
I love that Candace Owens' logo over here is like a fucking half circle and then a full circle. Because it really shows that, like, this is basically her fucking brain right here. There's like half a fucking neutron. There's like half a fucking neutron and like one proton that constantly just smash together trying to come up with political takes. Like, fucking stupid. This is basically, I love that. I also love, now that I think about it, no, scratch that. What this is basically the equivalent to where she is brain-wise. Like, you know how you give kids those, like, shape through the hole that's a similar shape? That's her fucking logo. Her fucking logo is the fucking shape game you give, like, pre-K kids. That's how much fucking brain power we're working with here.
Wow.
Wow. Wow, it's stunning.
What university do you have to go to be that dumb? that dumb to imply that it still might have been about race. We got 5 black men.
You know what's funny is he also like really like rode the edge on that one. He said like might and like kind of. What was it? 31. When do they cut it off? No. Go back. Show me the fucking. I want to see the thing. The police who killed Tyree Nichols were black, but they might still have been driven. My man fucking came over here and like only half went there. He was like, look, it's a possibility. We're not saying it's definite, but it's a possibility. And she's still bitching and moaning about it.
Were black, but they might still have been driven by racism. Wow. It's stunning. I mean, what university do you have to go to be that dumb? That dumb to imply that it still might have been about racism. Yet 5 black men beat up a black man because deep down they were white supremacist racists. That's obviously what.
Nope, that's not what it said. That is not what it said. Let's go back. Candace, since you don't know how to read, driven by racism, meaning the actions that they took can be attributed to the system in which they were operating in. Now, obviously, Van Jones was being probably a little bit, and this is the only concession I will give on this topic. Van Jones was being unspecific, mainly because it's a headline. You only have so much space to write for a headline. But Candace knows that. Candace already knows what he's talking about. And guess what? Do you think Candace read any of this article? Do you think she did? No. Because this article got screenshotted and then thrown up on Twitter, and then everyone had a little fit about it. Because at the end of the day, that's as far as these people get. That's as far as their brain actually takes them.
Still might have been about racism. Yet 5 black men beat up a black man because deep down they were white supremacist racists. That's obviously what it is. Or take this tweet from Jameel Hill. She wrote,
These people fucking
so
live
people to understand
in like Candace's brain.
Nichols. Several of the police officers who murdered Freddie Gray were black. The entire system of policing is based on white supremacist violence.
Yep. We see people under the see
people under the boot of oppression carry its water all the time.
Yes, Candace, that would be you as well. Candace funnily would absolutely be the person to sell like her black neighbors into slavery if she could. 100%.
And that's very typical of Jameel Hill. It's very typical for her to say something like that.
Do you notice she also like she always hyper focuses on black commentators because that's her job. Like her job is to come on here and challenge other black people because they know that Ben doing it looks bad.
Of rational thinking. Right,
the only time it looks good for Ben is when he reads off Cardi B rap lyrics. That's the only time it looks good for Ben.
React emotionally. They're like, I recognize you, that you are a primate as well, but there's something wrong here. And
wow.
falls under the same category.
Wow,
it doesn't matter.
primate.
Waiting there, waiting to attack. No rational thinking whatsoever. They want people to be angry. It's fun for them. It's a sport for them. They don't care about Tyree Nichols. They don't care about his parents. They don't care about anything. They just get to vent and be frustrated and to act like animals. And that's what they're doing all the time, right? But you can't pay attention to it. You just have to recognize.
Wow, really going out there with the racist animal rhetoric there, or dog whistle, Candace. Really like it.
Has nothing to do with white supremacy. In fact, I would argue again that it is instances like all that Black Lives Matter
black
has
supremacy
accomplished in the past in terms of telling people to riot, to loot, to de-incentivize people that are policing that lead to moments like this.
Is that what Black Lives Matter says to do?
Policing. When you say the police force needs to look like us, remember that whole push?
Well, yeah.
Things would be better if people look like us. We just need more black people policing. And then you have a circumstance like this happens, and it's like, oh, it doesn't even matter if they're black. Even them, they're deep.
Wait, but the idea is that if you have more black police officers, hopefully they would reform the system from within to reduce this kind of violence. Because the goal is to reduce violence, not specifically against black people. Reduce violence across the board. You reduce all violence by way of statistics. You reduce violence done on black people. Like, that's how this works. Like,
deep down white supremacists. So again, the entire situation here is unfortunate. It's a sad situation. We don't have all the details. We should wait to have all those details before we give our final conclusions. But from where I am sitting,
wait. Are you about to give your conclusion, you fucking idiot? You can't do the like, look guys, we don't have enough information. Let's like wait until it all comes out and then we'll, and then we can all like chime in with our takes. You and Ben already came in with your takes. Ben already tweeted and you already did this video. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And this is also not how news is performed, by the way. Like, no, we're not going to be waiting 4 months down the line when the actual like a criminal hearing like happens. What am I saying? 4 months from now, probably a year from now, and then the news covers it. No, you cover it right now because it's news, because it's new is in the word, dipshit. Like, what the fuck?
I watched toward the end of this meeting. Absolutely horrific, and there is no justification for it.
We shouldn't give our takes without all the information, but I'm gonna give my take without all the information. I'm Candace Owens. I fucking gargle bath salts. Fucking, what a fucking idiot. What an absolute fucking disgusting person. Like, genuinely fucking grotesque. Okay. All right. We're gonna take a break here. Not like that kind of break. We're gonna take a break from more contentious topics because I need something fun. So, how do we feel about some GOP infighting? I think that's what we're due for. We're due for a little infighting. The Crowder Daily Wire episode is over. So let's check in with the presidential campaign. How about that? Does that sound good to everybody? I think that's good. I like that idea. I enjoy that idea. Okay. Oh God. Fucking. I can't fucking stand it. I just can't. Oh right. I should probably do the thing where I'm a responsible streamer. If you're enjoying any of what you've seen so far, if you gleaned any information from it, if you I don't know, if you found it just cathartic to watch me curse and be angry, I implore you to whichever platform you're on. If you're on Twitch, go ahead down there, hit the follow button. It really helps out the channel. If you're on YouTube, hit the subscribe button. That also really helps out the channel, and also like the stream regardless of which platform you're on, because it would be really cool of you. That's it would make me really happy. I would have a smile on my face. Maybe I won't curse as much, or maybe if you want, I'll curse more next segment. Who knows? Yeah, either way, thanks for being here. Let's keep it rolling, shall we? I hit the thing. Okay, there we go. Anyway, so the election, the primaries in the Republican primaries are going to be heating up as the year goes on, and already a lot of people have kind of been, what's the word I'm looking for, we already kind of know the matchup. It's Trump DeSantis. If DeSantis shows up to SmackDown and signs his contract for the title match, if he shows up, then we got ourselves a fight. If he doesn't, then sadly we don't. I personally would be, I don't know. There's part of me that thinks DeSantis can win, and there's part of me that thinks he can't. But we'll kind of find out once. We'll find out once the election rolls around. But either way, Trump, it seems like, is getting ahead. Getting a little bit ahead of DeSantis on this one. So let's kind of take a look here. Let's kind of see what's been going on. I haven't really paid too much attention to the election stuff, but Trump's been out there. He's back on Facebook, he's back on Twitter, I guess he's kind of testing the waters, trying to make a big entrance. I would assume maybe he shows up at the maybe the RNC or something this year. They have an RNC this year, right? They have to do it every night. Well, maybe not. Either way, I feel like, or no, what's the convention? It's the what's the convention? It's like what is it? CPAC, yeah. I feel like it'll be I feel like he's gonna make his grand, like, you know, he's been quiet right now. He's waiting for a big stage to really come out with the fire, with the pyro. But either way, let's kind of hear what's been going on.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed, we do. Lots of big political and foreign affairs news that is breaking this morning. First of all, the Trump campaign has now, I guess, officially launched. Like, it had launched before, but then he kind of didn't really do anything.
Wait, it launched before, but okay.
He was in New Hampshire. He was in South Carolina.
I'm gonna retie my hair.
Interesting comments made there, in particular about a couple of his would-be rivals, Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. So we'll tell you about that. We also, this is a great soccer find. Jordan Peterson was on with Joe Rogan. And he was actually going after Ron DeSantis, which
I was fascinated by it. I thought we would talk.
Yeah,
about
very
it.
interesting
Ooh,
exchange.
we could do like the
in
side
spirit of,
thing.
Like,
What if we did
Ron
the side
DeSantis
thing?
Is a potential Trump
And then I
contender.
wore
We
my
will bring
hat,
you
like-
that as well. We also have some new, not very
Could
good
we
numbers
do-
for Joe Biden coming out of New Hampshire.
Is this
Actually,
all right?
Trump, for all the media talk,
This feels
of his
okay.
weakness in
I can
the
live
Republican
with
primary.
this. That's a lot. That's a
By
lot
some
of hair.
measures, he's in a lot
Need to get a
better
haircut.
position than Joe Biden is vis-a-vis the Democratic base. So kind of interesting there. And also, this is a little bit stunning. The Biden campaign is planning on running on how great the economy is, even as their own Treasury Secretary said, saying we're headed into a recession.
Oh,
so,
smart.
lots of political news. We'll get into all of that. We also have some big news coming out of the Pentagon here. They are considering sending fighter jets to Ukraine. This, of course, on the heels of deciding to send tanks after saying previously that they were not going to send tanks. We have Israel striking Iran.
That feels better.
Drone strikes. What will the fallout of that be? We also have that absolutely disgusting, disturbing, gut-wrenching video of police murdering Tyree Nichols.
Okay.
About polls all the time.
I know you guys are interesting in your show, but let's go.
The table. So let's start with the political news.
Also, Joe Biden, don't do that. Bad idea. The economy in the American conception of the economy right now, it would be really fucking stupid to run on the economy right now. It just would. They're like, although if we're actually talking numbers wise, the economy isn't objectively doing well. Like is objectively doing fine. It's functioning the way it's supposed to, and the way that all the metrics say are good. Are these things actually good? Fuck no. We still have deep wealth and economy. We still have, there was a lack of passing a more robust minimum wage. There's a lot of things that the economy is not doing well, right? Like the economy functioning well isn't doing any of us good, any regular working Americans good. So the perception of the economy is always bad because neoliberalism, neoliberal economic policies fucking suck. So it's just don't run on that. That's a stupid fucking idea. Don't run on that.
We had Donald Trump in New Hampshire and Donald Trump in South Carolina talking
New
a little bit
Hampshire
about the potential competition, saying that he doesn't really think he has any. Let's take a listen.
Remember, I used to in 2016. I talked about polls all the time.
Adrenaline in my
We
soul.
didn't have a lot of competition. We had no competition, and I don't think we have competition. this time
Holy
either,
shit!
to be
It's
honest.
Donnie
I talked
Troll.
about the polls, and I will say that our polls, we are
Salem.
absolutely, we are so far ahead in the.
I remember for a long time I didn't think Salem was a real place. Like it was like a fictionalized place. I've always said I'd never live back on the East Coast, but I'll admit it. I'll live in Salem. That seems like a cool historical place to live. I'd live there.
The polls, both in New Hampshire. One came out this morning, a very nice poll. We're way ahead. And one came out yesterday, a nationwide poll, and we're 35 points up, 39 points up. That's a lot.
That is a lot.
The governor, and it wasn't for me. And then when I hear he might run, I consider that very disloyal. Talked to her for a little while. But I said, look, go by your heart if you want to run. She's publicly stated I would never run against my president. He was a great president.
So there you go.
Sheesh.
Saying, Same thing about Ron DeSantis.
Hey,
and
go.
how
Hey. Go do that, but on this channel. Don't go to theirs. They have enough subs.
Be very loyal.
He would never be anybody if it wasn't for me. With Nikki Haley, he's like, yeah, she apparently came to me. I said, okay, you know, follow your heart. But she said she would never run against her favorite president, which is me. Although Nikki apparently is looking at a February launch
Yes, she's
for
like
a presidential election. Good luck.
Dude, Nikki
that's all I
Haley-
have to say, I guess.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
comments
man.
about her I thought were particularly like
Nikki Haley has the
passive-aggressive.
fucking
Ooh, like,
charisma
oh,
of
yeah, she
a
called me, follow your heart,
cardboard
but, of course,
box.
She said she never run against her favorite president, so
But
I don't
in a
know.
way, Crystal, he is right, isn't that?
Yeah.
She is such a kiss ass. If you genuinely believe that Trump was bad, A, you worked for him, you didn't get fired, you quit. B, you kissed his ass all the way up until January 6th, then denounced him, but then kissed his ass again.
Yeah, and
so
is back here like kissing the ring even before her own presidential
make
run,
up your
so.
mind, you know.
I mean, she's one of these.
Yeah.
She's kind of the Kamala Harris of the Republican Party.
Absolutely.
Donor class loves this.
Ugh,
woman.
boring.
She's the next big thing. She's
Oh my god. So the darkest timeline, I think we all understand. The darkest timeline is absolutely Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris. I think I said it earlier, third party wasn't viable. If it's Nikki Haley versus Kamala Harris, vote third party. That is the moment. If it was God, that would actually be good. It would be a good thing. You know, I say that, but like I say God forbid, but it would actually be a good thing if those two were the ones who ran. Like that would be a good thing, because you would have two completely illegitimate candidates. At that point, run a third party. Run fucking Bernie, run Nina Turner, run whoever the fuck you want. They'll get 5%. They're guaranteed to get 5%. Absolutely. But only under those circumstances. I don't want to hear this if it's DeSantis versus anybody else. If it's DeSantis versus a fucking chair with like a D scribbled on it, you vote for the fucking chair.
Got all the like diversity checkbox, and there is so little there. I mean, just in terms of like personal charisma and any sort of political talent, etc. I mean, listen, maybe I'm wrong, but I think she is a complete donor and media class phenomenon. So anyway, it looks like is really actually getting a team together and may jump in February. She might be the first other. I guess John Bolton announced his presidential campaign.
John Bolton,
other than him, she might be the first sort of challenger to this race against him. We've been talking about.
I would fucking love for John Bolton to run just so he can like expose himself to what's it called? Like, so he can expose himself to the American people so everyone can be disgusted by him. Like, absolutely. That's perfectly fine. Let John Bolton do it. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Let him ruin. I hope John Bolton runs so that everyone can now recognize him and like ruthlessly berate him in public. Like, he should not be allowed to leave his home.
About how the field is kind of frozen because they're all terrified of him really coming after them in an aggressive way.
Well, they should be. And actually, immediately after that campaign, Trump put out a truth last night. Quote, the fake news
Put out
media
a truth?
in their coverage of
God, that sounds so
New Hampshire,
fucking
other than
stupid.
The Globalist Street Journal, which is rarely accurate or good. They said the day
Globalist,
was really-
amazing.
He's right.
He's right.
Fucking
It was really
amazing.
The enthusiasm to make America great again has never been stronger. Here it is. The revelations about Ron DeSanctimonious doing far
it just doesn't-
worse than many Republican
it doesn't
governors,
hit.
including that he unapologetically shut down Florida. And
Ron DeSanctimonious. He steals my thunder. He does this. Yeah, I've seen him do this, and that's my gimmick. It's gimmick infringement. Brother, I'm gonna fight you next time I see you. Like, no, get the fuck out of here.
and his speeches was interesting indeed. DJT leading big.
Oh,
So
DJT,
what do we think of
okay.
that? So it's been leaked now for quite some time that the
DJT.
DeSantis tactic
We're the
against Trump, if
best.
such a thing were to materialize,
Ba,
would
ba,
be,
ba, ba,
I'm
ba,
the one who fought
ba.
against the COVID regime. Trump is the one who kept Fauci. He's the one who kept a lot of the lockdown procedures in place while he was
True.
there. So I've always been skeptical of how potent that attack is because, look, it's 2023. It's January 30th, 2023. Why are we still litigating the pandemic, especially the lockdown phrase of it, which effectively has been over at least for over a year. And
Yeah.
then number two, it gets
Holy shit, a fucking base take from fucking Sauger. Who gives a shit anymore? Fucking Christ.
to, I mean, look, I think this is probably what Trump would say, and I do actually think he's correct. One of the reasons DeSantis was able to do effectively whatever he wants is because the federal government does not have the power to determine lockdown procedure in the state of California or in the city of San Francisco. Like, we have a federalist system. As president, you have actually very little leeway. And look, even at the time, like, we really want to get into this, Trump was basically anti-lockdown after what, like July, I think, of 2020?
I remember in the beginning, it was like, we'll be open by Easter.
Right, we'll be open by
he was saying all
Easter.
kinds of what turned out
Exactly.
to be totally
look, I agree. It
false
was
and not
idiot.
accurate things.
It was a dumb move not to fire Fauci. That's absolutely very valid criticism, not to go after him on that, on some of the elements that were in it. But, you know, by and large, like, I don't know if DeSantis has a real substantive leg to stand.
Considering also the Fauci stuff just comes off, like, politically, like, doing the, like Fauci posting is detrimental to your ability to pull over independents and, like, moderates from, like, the left. Like doing the whole like Fauci ouchie, oh my god, the fucking demon incarnate, and then like it's just some old fuck doctor. Like, you look like you look nuts. Like, you need somebody in your circle to tell you that you look nuts. Like, you look out there.
And on as far as it lands with the base, I mean, do people really love Ron DeSantis right now because of COVID and lockdowns, or is it COVID, anti-lockdown, economic growth, population growth under Florida, anti-woke, like just a major like owning the libs and
Yeah, like population growth, which means a bunch of fucking old fucks moving down there to spend the last of their retirement money. Whoa, that's is that real growth? Like, honestly, is that real growth? No, it's fucking, it's like growth over a year that you can like tout that won't be there the next year. Like, it just won't. Like the amount of people who then pass in Florida is going to eventually balance those out.
energy for the last
And also the
like,
anti-woke
how much
stuff
of that
is meaning,
COVID?
well,
How much of that is just being
is the
hated
actual thing
by
that they like, I
people?
should
So
say.
I'm just genuinely skeptical of this entire case.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I also think this
Trump just needs to make fun of him, and I think it's over.
Kristi Noem alliance with Trump in some perspective too, because
Ew.
if any governor in the country could make the case for like she really didn't give a care and just kept everything open the
Yeah,
whole
it's her.
time and
Sure.
was aggressive about it, she was the one who, you know, really was sort of at the forefront of
Wait a minute. I just thought about this. Didn't Florida have like really bad COVID numbers? Like, Florida COVID excess deaths, maybe? Let's see. Guys, I want Florida specifically. Oh, here we go. Florida cases. Jesus. 84,000. When was this? Updated January. Let's see breakdown. Miami-Dade. Jeez. Florida COVID deaths versus the US. Let's see. I'm kind of curious. Oof, that doesn't look great. So let's see. Florida cases. Let's see. Yeah, because I don't know. Oh, wait. Is there not like a is this it? Is this it? Are these all states? No, they're not all states. Well, okay, let's see. We got 84,000 here. Oh my god. What's happening? Okay, let's see. We got 84,000 there. 29, 19, 41. Let's take a big state. Okay, 93. Okay. Granted, Texas is a larger state. Let's check California. 102. Granted, California's population is a lot bigger. New York, a lot more populous, gonna have still not as many. Wow. Obviously, Montana. So, like, let's remember this. Like, as much as Ron DeSantis wants to claim, like, whatever, he wants to take whatever COVID victory lap, let's remember that Ron DeSantis is in a state that is far less populous than New York and California, and yet is reporting more deaths than New York. Like, think of how many people live in New York City. Like, how many people live in that small pocket, and how fast any kind of disease, sickness, even just something basic like a cold going around, and how fast that can spread in somewhere like New York City, right? And that's the same for COVID. Florida is not nearly as populous, not nearly as dense in terms of its population, and yet they have more COVID deaths. And they're not that far behind California. If I looked up like per capita, you know, here, coronavirus. No, that's not what okay. Where is it? Florida COVID. Let's do that. Per. God damn it. Per capita. Let's see. I'm kind of like, let's see. Can I get like nope, that's still the same breakdown. I want to know okay, here we go. That's how people have died. Da 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 da. Where's Virginia? Jesus. Here we go. What is this from? Oh no, I don't know if I can trust the source. Florida. Does Florida really have the lowest COVID deaths per capita? Let's see. According case tracker, had about six per 100,000. Although Florida ranks well in terms of cases per capita over the last 7 days, the average daily death rate per 100,000 is still 50. Okay, so they're not doing bad per capita, but they still have like a huge number of deaths somehow. According to data provided by CDC, Florida's COVID-19 death toll stands at, these are obviously outdated numbers. The figure represents the number of deaths. California, 72 or 186 per 100,000. Let's see. Stands at 61. Figure represents the numbers that was recorded. The following states were also identified with the highest. Yeah, like Georgia, 30,000. 30,000 for every, yeah. Like the per capita numbers. Okay, so I can't find the per capita numbers, but either way, like I don't know if COVID's really the winner that Ron DeSantis is looking for. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know. It's just
that. So if
when you have 84,000 people die on your hands, I don't really know if that's
what you're saying you did on COVID versus what you actually did on COVID. She would be a good,
I don't know if that's actually
in order to do that, but
something to run
kind
on.
of agree with you that
Only got
when we look at the
84,000 people
polls
killed.
in the midterm polls. We continue to see, what people rank as their top issue priorities, and whether it's Democrats or Republicans for the entire country, people have moved on. So if this is the whole thing that Ron DeSantis is going to hang his hat on, I don't know how far it gets him. I do think, too, like, listen, Trump is out there. You may be waiting and biding your time and whatever. Trump is not waiting to take shots at you. So if you aren't out there defending yourself, counterpunching, trying to gain some ground here, because Trump is right that at this point, I mean, in most polls at this point, DeSantis is significantly behind. I think you're losing the opportunity to take advantage of what was a period of weakness for Trump, which is quickly receding into the past.
I think that if he were to prosecute a case, the Reagan campaign of like 1976 would be the best one. Reagan did not win in 1976. Came pretty damn close, and that's
Fucking doing anything Reagan is always bad, except for amnesty. That one's good. Keep amnesty.
effectively what made him the nominee in 1980. He was propagating the message. He's like, we need to move on from this madness of Nixon, from Ford, from all of this chaos. Go towards the, quote, true conservative principle and fulfill the Barry Goldwater revolution of 1964.
Disgusting.
Actually, again, came.
I don't understand how like Sauger can talk about being like Sauger's out here like talking about being a populist and then like stunting for like Reagan in the fucking Goldman 64. Like, Jesus.
Very close to actually knocking Ford off in 1976. And a lot of Gerald Ford people would tell you that Ronald Reagan is the guy who cost Ford the election because he's the one who weakened him amongst the conservative base so that he could then get elected in 1980. But the point is that Reagan was able to almost successfully take down the sitting president, Gerald Ford, amongst the conservative base because it was a feeling of, man, should we really stick with this guy? There's been all this madness with the pardons, and then obviously you have the Saigon pullout, and it's like, we just got to move on into a new phase, into a more hopeful phase. I don't know exactly how that translates, but when I'm looking at it, Reagan had the sunny energy, and at the same time, he was barbarous whenever he wanted to be with a political attack. That's, I think, the DeSantis category. Look at Florida, open for business. We're booming. That's what I want to bring to the entire country.
Yeah.
And that's all I would really, with Donald, I thank you.
Booming Florida. It's a real disconnect that I don't know if I will ever understand it. When people are like, Florida's great, Florida's booming. I've been to Florida a number of times throughout my life, and I'm sorry, there's nothing booming about Florida. Absolutely nothing.
For your help, you did a great job while
It's
you were
a
president.
it's a cheap,
it's time to move on.
Yeah.
I think that's actually a powerful message.
It's a cheap state people move to because they can't afford to live in anywhere nice.
The idea that the
Let's be
Republican
honest.
base actually sees this as a period of chaos. Actually, a majority of them really want to move on because, and this is the other, it's the other problem. We're talking about Nikki Haley getting in the freaking John Bolton. Like, there's a whole cast of characters. Mike Pence is almost definitely going to run.
Oh my God! Please tell me there's gonna be like just a madhouse of what's it called again of
DeSantis versus Donald Trump
runners. That would be great.
So much more difficult when you have a whole slate of people who are taking up media oxygen and energy and who are, trying out their own tactics and shots that they're taking at Trump, and also have their own base of donors that, even if they don't really have any public support, are going to prop them up for longer than they really deserve to be in the race.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Okay, so let's talk about what Trump's strategy is this time around, at least thus far, because it is quite different from the stylistic approach that he took in both 2016 and 2020. Let's put this up on the screen from the New York Times. So as I said before, he had these two events in New Hampshire and South Carolina. The headline here:
My foot is so itchy today. I don't know why.
Small scale. At two events on Saturday, he embraced more traditional campaigning as he struggles to maintain support for his third White House bid. So in New Hampshire, he spoke in a high school auditorium in Salem, New Hampshire, which, that's like classic sort of what you do when you're on a campaign, but it's not the gigantic rallies that he's kind of known for.
What is this?
South Carolina, this
My man's back in the gym halls.
Previously attracted thousands to rallies, but he introduced his state.
Man, oh how the mighty have fallen from champ of the world to working the indie venues. Sheesh.
Leadership team at the state capitol, an extraordinary setting for a politician known for upsetting the establishment and taking direct aim at longstanding public institutions. One thing of note in South Carolina is it all depends on how you look at this thing. Because on the one hand, he didn't get like unanimous support of the Republican congressional delegation or all the elected. I mean, obviously, Nikki Haley isn't backing him. Tim Scott is not backing him, who also, by the way, both of them might run for president. But he got the governor of the state endorsed him, and I think several other statewide elected officials from South Carolina endorsed him. And you also had the
South Carolina,
and I think
stand up.
6 of the Republican members of the congressional delegation. So do you see that as a show of force for a former president who's now,
it's kind of small fry
running again, or do you see that as a sign of weakness that he no longer has complete control over all of the elected officials in the state? Yeah, kind of depends on how you look at it.
I look at it as what the actual state of affairs is. He has most people are behind him in the Republican Party, from what we can tell so far. A large part of the Republican establishment afraid to go up against him. You have some people who may oppose him but are being silent about it right now, and that's effectively
the fact that they're silent means that like they're just weak.
Advantage. And also, we know that announcing early doesn't really guarantee you anything. Remember, who was the first guy to announce in 2012? It was Tim Pawlenty. I mean, when's the last time you heard that?
Right about that.
I don't even know who the fuck that is.
Chairman of the American Financial Lobby here in Washington, D.C. So
that sounds disgusting.
But look, that's my point. It's all a game of timing, but it's also you have to have genuine appeal. So with Nikki Haley, I don't think anybody has a genuine appeal.
Nobody likes Nikki Haley.
basically neocons. And, you know, I mean, good luck, I guess, in the race. I think we would find out with her pretty quick. She definitely would be a Jeb Bush type character. But for a serious person, and I really think DeSantis is the only person who might be able to do it, this is a tricky game. On the one hand, it's, you know, you just won re-election by 20. You're cruising. At a certain point, either do it or don't. On the other, Trump has always destroyed everybody he's ever gone up against. Is it different this time? Look, we can only find out through action. That's the difference.
A couple other notes about the way.
Okay. I think our nice break is over. But okay, so kind of same old. It seems. You know, Trump clearly wants to try to get out ahead of DeSantis as much as he can. But yeah. Okay. So let me set this up for when we come back. Okay. We're gonna go on a break for like a minute while I get some more water, and then we'll be back. And we have we're gonna get to our first match of the night. We got two, as you probably saw in the description there. We got two, so we got gonna start with Matt Walsh versus Kyle Kulinski, and then we'll move on to part 2 of Brianna Joy Gray's encounter with Vaush. So yeah. Let me do the thing. If you're enjoying the stream at all, if you like hanging out, if this is just kind of, you're just kind of swinging by, hanging out, dropping in, and you go, oh, this guy's pretty cool. He's got some fun little graphics going on. It's kind of minimalistic. I'm really liking the design. It's kind of reminding me of my childhood. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, if you're enjoying any of this, I do implore you, I ask you of one thing, and that's, if you can spare it, hit that follow button on Twitch. Hit that like button as well. And if you're on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. Also hit the like button. It really helps. You can do that on both these things. If you want to say hi to someone on Twitch, guess what? You can say hi to somebody on Twitch. And guess what? If you're on Twitch, you can say hi to somebody on YouTube, and they can say hi back. It's all one big family. So either way, you should do that while I go and get water and enjoy this fun what's the word I'm looking for? This fun placeholder while I'm gone. So enjoy, have fun. I'll be back in a moment. files. Back. Okay. How's everyone doing? All right, we're back. All right, so have some more water. Take my first sip of this, and let's get into it, shall we? Matt Walsh, over the weekend, somebody who we're familiar with on this channel, over the weekend, had a take or two regarding homeless people and airports in Singapore. There was a video posted here. Maybe we can go and find it really quickly. I'm sure can't be too far down. Well, I think it was Singapore. I'm pretty sure. Singapore. Yes, here it is. Okay, so yes. So Matt Walsh apparently saw this. Matt Walsh apparently saw this and thought to himself, we need to be beating and murdering more people in our country if we want to build a cool little trains and indoor forests, because those two things are totally linked together. And I guess are I guess Kyle Kulinski, the proprietor of the Secular Talk YouTube channel, responded, and I guess Matt took it personally. So let's take a look. What's going on? Also, love that this isn't a picture of Kyle at all. All right, let's see how we are.
Earlier this week, we discussed our pathetic, impotent criminal justice system, which has utterly failed to maintain law and order in our communities. It's a justice system.
When did this get posted? He said earlier this week. Am I crazy? Is it? Okay, no. So, right. Okay, this popped off at the end of the weekend. Okay, yeah, I didn't cover this specifically because we covered other things on Thursday. Right.
That seems to be uninterested in justice. And I proposed, as you recall, that we take off the kid gloves and start dealing harshly with criminals, predators, those who've turned our cities into reeking, zombified wastelands.
By beating and publicly murdering them, by the way. That's what he means by gloves off. He means just beating and murdering people.
In fact, I advocated that we adopt some of Singapore's strategies in this regard, strategies that have helped to make Singapore one of the safest and cleanest places in the world, while our cities look like massive drug-infested garbage dumps. Specifically,
yes, because you can't build a nice airport if there is even one homeless person within a 2-mile radius. It's totally not a what's the word, a consequence of your priorities.
I believe that we, like Singapore, should adopt corporal punishment for thieves and robbers and vandals and the like. And we used to use corporal punishment on kids in school. Now we've decided that it's too mean to even use on multiply convicted felons, and I find that attitude absurd and weak. The criminals.
So Matt Walsh wants like corporal punishment in schools then too.
Weak, which is why
got
they
it,
have no
got
respect
it,
for it, and they have no fear of breaking its laws. And I also believe that we, like Singapore and like Donald Trump has frequently suggested for this country, we ought to expand our capital punishment regime to include drug traffickers, those who distribute and sell mass amounts of poison, slowly killing thousands of people every year, ought to face the ultimate penalty. Nearly every murderer.
Do you think Matt Walsh is talking about like Purdue Pharma, who pumped out the opioid, who created the opioid crisis that we have in the Midwest, in the kind of Mid-East, I guess one would say? Do you think he thinks that for those people, or do you think that's only reserved for what he deems as petty drug dealers?
Who has ever been executed in the United States.
Shockingly, most of those petty drug dealers are
killed fewer
not white
people than the most prolific drug traffickers. There's no reason why drug traffickers should get a more lenient sentence. Indeed, there's no reason why the death penalty should be reserved only for those who directly kill people. Sometimes the most heinous kinds of predators have other ways of preying upon their fellow human beings. Child rapists would be another example. With our ridiculous laws as they stand in most states, You can't execute a child rapist unless they're also guilty of murder, as if the crime of child rape itself doesn't warrant it.
I feel like Matt Walsh is just the type of guy who's like, why don't we just kill everybody for like any crime? Like you rape somebody, death. You kill somebody, death. Tax fraud, death. Actually, no. Probably knowing Matt Walsh, he would probably be like, tax fraud. We actually give you somebody else's tax dollars back. Hopefully, they learn to not pay their taxes. Like, I'm sorry, Matt. Do you just like? Is this just a? What if all laws were? What if all consequence for law was just like we kill you and call it a day? Which is I don't know. I'd say that's quite tyrannical, quite fascist, you might say. Has he admitted to being a fascist yet? I feel like this is one of those things where it's like, Matt, just it's fine. Just bite the bullet. Nobody thinks you're not. It's fine. It's fine, my man. It's absolutely fine. Just hold the L. It's fine.
They deserve to die for their crimes, whether they directly kill their victims or not. This is the case I made, and I explain my logic, I think, in extensive detail. Still, it has proven to be not surprisingly
It's rather.
controversial. People on both sides of the
It was
political bar
rather
are deeply
just.
scandalized by my argument.
I would
Twitter has
like
been
to
basically
kill
unusable for me
what's
over
it
the
called,
past few
homeless
days. Well, it's
people
always basically
and
unusable,
petty
but
drug
especially over the
dealers
past few days
because that will
my
give
entire
me
feed is just people
nicer
screaming at me for wanting
infrastructure.
to punish criminals.
Couldn't just
Now,
build the
look,
infrastructure.
It's okay if you disagree with me. I will give you permission until my theocratic fascist regime officially begins. Anyway, for now, you do have permission to disagree.
Oh my God, he's admitted it. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. He's not lying. That was the only truth he's gonna tell this entire video.
You're wrong, but that's okay. You can be wrong. My problem is not that people simply did.
Hello? I think that was the cat who like ran into the door. He's a very rambunctious boy.
Disagree with my proposal, but that they treat the mere notion of harsher penalties for criminals as somehow absurd on its face. They recoil at the suggestion that those who traffic substances that kill thousands every year should be given the same punishment that we already give to other kinds of murderers.
You would have to
They
prove
scream
that
out
it
in
works.
horror at the very idea that perhaps we should sentence robbers and thieves to corporal punishment rather than letting them hang out in prison for a few months and then releasing them right back into the community with no additional penalties. You know, this is the issue. You're not a stupid person for listening to my argument, finding it unpersuasive, and making a counter argument. That's fine. But you are, frankly, pretty damn stupid if my argument is so shocking to you that you can barely articulate a response, or if you think it's so unthinkably extreme that it isn't necessary to articulate a response. That kind of reaction to a perfectly reasonable suggestion, one with a
Perfectly reasonable
suggestion,
suggestion.
shows a lack of thought on your part and an inability to even entertain any challenge to modern orthodoxies. Because
he's really setting this up like, I've watched a lot of Kyle over the years. Is Kyle not going to give a response? Is Kyle not going to respond substantively to this? Because I find that really, really hard to believe.
That's really the problem, right? Is that what I'm saying flies in the face of our kind of generally accepted notions of.
Nope, it flies in the face of all evidence. That's the difference. It flies in the face of all evidence that points to the fact that corporal punishment does not work. It just simply doesn't. I know it doesn't feel like it does. I know that to Matt Walsh, he's like, I would commit I am willing to commit any crime as long as I don't die. And even if that's the case, I might still do it. And because that's how his mind works. His brain is pretty much just, I'm fine with committing crimes if I can justify it enough in my head, and I won't. If I don't face the death penalty, that's fine. Then I got no problem with that. I'll commit as many crimes as I want. I'll point my audience in the to go and perform bomb threats at like children's hospitals. It's fine. I don't got a problem with that. Like, Matt Walsh does not give a shit about the law. Let's be clear. But like, yeah, like, okay.
Of how to deal with criminals.
Okay, let's just move on.
For that reason alone, many people are upset by it. And they can't explain really why. It just doesn't comport with what they've.
It doesn't comport with reality
been told and sort of the general atmosphere.
Nope, it's just there's no evidence to say that it works.
People who can barely articulate a response.
Guantanamo Bay never
Kulinski,
worked.
Who's the owner of the Secular Talk channel on YouTube, and like most YouTubers on the left, every so often Kyle likes to use my name to drive engagement.
Let's go.
And every so often I will respond because
he is so fucking right, Matt. I use your name so fucking often to drive engagement. Do you know how good Matt Walsh response videos do? They do very well. They do rather well in terms of engagement. Now, most of the engagement is right wingers coming on to be fucking stupid and be just as incorrect. But hey, you know, I'll take any attention I can get. I'm a small YouTuber. I don't even have 3-digit subscribers yet. So, you know, Matt, by all means, send it this way.
Well, I can't help but take the bait. So yesterday, Kyle put out a video titled "Matt Walsh's Fascist Mask Slips on Twitter." And he's part of the mob.
Oh, I haven't seen this. Okay.
Comments, though he, like the rest of them, can't quite explain why.
Ooh.
Now, most of Kyle's video consists of him calling me stupid and authoritarian,
right,
while making incredulous facial expressions. Not really a counter argument, not much to respond to.
Let me do my part.
Want to address
let me do my part.
And it's this part. Listen.
Singapore is able to have nice things in part because they execute drug dealers by hanging and arrest even.
You know, I'll be honest here. Actually, here. Oh, I should really. Okay, if we're doing this, let me get out of Kyle's way really quick. 1 second. Let's get out of Kyle's way for a minute. Let's let our king speak. I'm gonna go hang out over here. How's that? Yeah. Oh man, it's really weird that I'm up in this corner now. Okay.
Petty vandals and thieves and beat them with a cane until they bleed. We don't have nice things because we aren't going to do what is required to maintain them.
Oh my God.
And then he goes on to say, there are some accusing me of advocating similar laws in this country, and I just want to clarify that yes, absolutely, I want those laws.
Like, how do you? I mean, let's be honest, guys. Let's be honest. How do you watch a video that's like, hey, look at this cool airport that Singapore built, where, you know, they have a cool glass ceiling thing going on. They have a lot of foliage inside. It looks like a fucking botanical garden. And then, like, you know, there's like a waterfall. Like, how do you see any of that? And your mind goes to like, yep, that's why we need to be beating more criminals and murdering more of them. That's why that got built. Like, what's the connection between these two things? It's a fucking airport, dude. Like, Jesus Christ.
In this country. Okay. Matt Walsh is an authoritarian.
Boom.
And it's hilarious because the Daily Wire, Matt Walsh, and others like to go after the left and say, oh, the left are authoritarians and they hate freedom, bro. They hate liberty, bro. You hate freedom. You hate liberty.
Are we done, Kyle? Okay.
Part of freedom is being able to put in your body whatever you want to put in your body as long as you're not hurting anybody else. Being able to sell said substances. In the same way, I don't think we should be hauling away the CEO of Budweiser in handcuffs. I don't think you should haul away the weed dealer. He's saying, execute drug dealers. All right, dog. You want to start? Go find the CEO of Pfizer and Moderna. Go find the guys who make Xanax.
Okay.
He won't.
Sounds good to me. I mean, we'd have to give the big pharma executives a fair trial, of course, convict them in a court of law. But
wait a minute. Wait a fucking minute. I know he didn't just come on here and do his like, well, now let's see if I can, well, you see, I know what I'm going to do going forward. Well, you see, what we need to do is start killing all the drug dealers, and we need to start delivering corporal punishment, beating people whenever they commit any kind of crime. He's basically Alex Jones. I know I'm doing the Alex Jones voice, but yeah, that's what we need to do if we want. And then somebody brings up, oh, what about Pfizer executives and people who have actively pushed legal drugs onto people and done a great deal of harm, probably easily more harm than what weed has done, and easily more harm than fentanyl. As mad as fentanyl is, and as mad as right now fentanyl is the drug of the moment, do you think fentanyl has killed like as many people as I don't know, whatever the opioids that they were pushing in West Virginia in the Mid East, in any of those states? You think that's quite as bad? You think so? You think this little moment with fentanyl? Like, come on now. Like they're only interested in it right now in the drug stuff because fentanyl is a story right now. That's the only real reason.
Once that's been done, I absolutely would want them to face the same penalty that should be imposed on any other drug trafficker.
I love how he's never talked about the legal system.
By demanding that I take my arguments to their logical conclusions, because I will always do that. I'm not afraid of doing that. That's the advantage to being logically consistent. Okay.
This is true. He is being, let's give it up for Matt Walsh, being logically inconsistent about being a terrible human being and advocating for negative societal formats. Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, so
everything Matt Walsh wants for society
that would lead to this.
Is bad.
Sure, sounds good to me.
Creates a worse society.
It's an advantage of being logically consistent that you yourself do not enjoy, because you have already made a number of statements that I'm quite sure you would not want to apply with total consistency. So you say that part of freedom is not only being able to put whatever you want into your body, but also being able to sell anything that someone else might want to put in their body. Now, here's the problem. This argument already assumes that freedom is itself the highest good, and therefore literally anything that falls under the banner of freedom is automatically good and should be permissible. But that's a case you need to make.
What does a freedom
you can't merely
take?
Assume that. You haven't made it here, or as far as I know, anywhere else.
Really? Matt Walsh, do you know how long Kyle Kulinski has been on YouTube? You can't argue that you can't find his opinions or that they're not anywhere. That's not an excuse that you can make. Maybe you should educate yourself on the YouTubers that you react to instead of instead of this, I don't know who this guy is, nonsense. Like, it'd be one thing.
I don't believe
it'd be one thing if he was responding to me, a very small player in this space. But you're responding to like one of the most prominent figures on the left. Please spare me. Please spare me.
Freedom is the highest good. I don't think that the ideal society is one where people are simply able to do whatever they want all the time.
Because you don't believe in freedom.
I don't really think that you think that either, actually. I'm quite sure that there are things that you would say people should not be free to do. I'm quite sure of that. And yet your whole argument rests on simply labeling drug trafficking part of freedom.
Wait, but that's not what he said. He said people should be allowed to put into their bodies whatever they feel they want to. That's what he said. He did not say you are free to put anything into anybody. It is simply about consent and about if this is the substance you want to consume, you should have the ability to consume that substance. That's the take. That's the entire take. The entire take is just, if you would like to smoke this, if you would like to inject this, you should have the freedom to do so. That's the take.
So already we have a number of logical inconsistencies and sort of half-baked ideas. Well, let's talk about drug traffickers for a moment. Now, you keep making you want to make this about weed, first of all. And I noticed that with all the people that are arguing with me. Talk about drug traffickers. All they want to do is talk about weed. Well,
it is one of the primary substances that people are in jail for. I don't know if you know this, Matt Walsh, but there's a disproportionate amount of people who are in federal and state prisons for weed possession and trafficking, which is usually based on arbitrary ounce, weight limits on possession of those drugs. If you're holding I don't know the exact, let's put it to you this way. If you got like 4 joints on you when you get clapped up by the police, they all have, all 4 officers who pull you over inevitably are going to spark each one, and they're going to go, yep, that's weed. All right, cool. Take them down to the precinct. But if you have 5 joints, you know what they're going to do? They're going to say, who you dealing this to, boy? Who you taking this to? I'm going to say you had 6, but I'm going to smoke this one. That's what's going to happen. Like, and then you're a drug dealer. You have 4 joints, you're not a drug dealer. You have 5 joints, you're a drug dealer. That's essentially how the system works. We have an arbitrary line drawn based on like weight limits as to what you might be doing with it. For all they know, you just have a lot of weed on you. I live in Colorado. A lot of people buy a lot of their weed in bulk at the beginning of the month or whenever they get paid or whatever. It's not really weird. The same way, like, if you're buying cigarettes, it's like if you bought like a big ass pack that you were like, I don't have to go to the store now for like a month or whatever, or maybe a week, depending on your frequency of smoking. But like, yeah, like it doesn't, this is an implication just kind of due to weight limits that are arbitrarily decided. And most people who are in jail for possession is because of weed. A lot of people are in jail because of weed. And guess what? There's no reason why they should be. And for people who are in jail for things like cocaine, I don't really think they need to be in there for cocaine. If you legalize all drugs, you wouldn't really have this problem of cartels. The drug war has been an utter failure. It has done nothing but lock people up and lock them into the only avenue. Look, if you've been to jail, right? Matt Walsh is going to get on here and talk about, he's going to pretend like he knows anything about drug dealing. Let Josh tell you about drug dealing. So when you go to jail for drug dealing and you get out, you know where you can work? You can work at McDonald's. You can work at Burger King. You can work at, any number of shitty fast food restaurants. You can work some menial labor, maybe, assuming they don't do a background check. But you're kind of locked as a former felon, as a former inmate. You're locked. Because every time you go and fill out an application for any job to enter back into the economic society that you live in, every time you want to enter back in, you want to reassimilate back into the society, guess what? You're going to be shown the door. And, most likely if you got out, maybe you got a job at McDonald's, but you had to find a place to live. You're hardly making any money because McDonald's pays shit. Your rent's going up. So what are your options? What do you get? 5 McDonald's jobs? Can't hold that many jobs. Nobody could. You couldn't have enough of these jobs to keep up with the rent for mind you, the rest of your life. That felony is going to follow you for the rest of your life. There is no give it a couple years and you can go apply to a normal job. You can go take your experience to another place. Because because most employers don't want to hire felons. They just don't. So, what do? Your rent's going up. Food's getting more expensive. You can't get another job. You already have 2, maybe you have 3. You can't get another job. You can't just go down to one good paying job. You can only cobble together your living through what's the word? Through multiple little low-paying jobs, as opposed to the normal thing that people do, which is you have one well-paying to moderately well-paying job. That's how most people operate, right? So what do? Well, you just got out of prison, maybe just got out of you got out of the clink. Maybe you know some people. Guess where you can make real money? Illegal drug trafficking. That's where you can actually make the money. The minute you are criminalized for any of, for really any reason, you are almost guaranteed to find yourself in the illegal drug trafficking industry, because it's the only industry that's going to pay you well. And well is very relative. They're going to pay you better than you'll make at McDonald's, not better than you'd make at working a normal job. Because those are the only options. You end the drug war, you decriminalize some of these drugs, and guess what? Not only do you free people with petty possession charges, allow them to re-enter back in society, now they can get normal jobs. And now that's one less thing that a cartel, that a cartel can make their money through. If it's legalized, then you just have people who are like, nobody's gonna go. Let me tell you something. Do you know how many cartels are in Colorado? Do you know how many people buy their weed from like petty dealers in Colorado anymore? None. Do you know why? You don't have to. Nobody. You can go to a legitimate business with a fucking tax ID and get your marijuana. It's very easy. It's very safe. Also, you get sick if somehow your weed was laced with something. Guess what? You can go be a Karen and go ask to speak to the manager. You can find a distributor who can give you information on the factory that it was grown in. There's infrastructure now behind these things. So of course, you've destroyed any kind of illegal drug operations business by legalizing. You've given everybody a legal option that nobody would ever turn down to an illegal one. I lived in a illegal state for weed. Do you know what you had to do? You know what you had to do? You had to first of all, you had to know somebody who would even sell you the weed they have, right? Then you got to text them. You got to be like, hey, you holding? They're like, I don't know. Depends on how much you want. You got to like tell them how much. They're like, give me a second. Let me weigh out my stock right now. They're probably in their room playing Call of Duty. They hit the pause button, spin, shoot their chair over to the other side. Got their little pull a little scale out. They've got like a little kitchen scale that they got from their like grandmother or something. They told them that they were baking, they were learning how to bake or some shit. They weigh it out. They're like, all right, cool, I got the amount. All right, come by the house at like this time, and then I got you. You go to their house. You wait outside. Also, fun fact, it's usually in the suburbs also. You go to their house, you sit outside, you wait for them to come out, give them a little handshake. They're like, all right, man, is this how much you want? Yep. They kind of sit and act like they're being friendly with you, that you're just hanging out, that you're just friends because you're in high school, and, neighborhood people watch. But, the minute you're just kind of yucking it up, they just think, oh, they're just coming to visit. No. They pass you your weed, you pass them the money. They yuck it up for another few minutes. They tell you, all right, get the fuck out of here. I'm going to go back to playing Call of Duty. You go. Comes in a shitty little fucking Ziploc bag. Like, it's a whole process. Then you got to worry about, like, God forbid, there's either a cop who lives in the neighborhood or there's a cop just down, like, the little suburb road, the neighborhood road just down there. Who would take this path? Nobody in their right fucking mind would ever take this. Ever. ever. You know how much easier it is here to just go to a store, hand them your ID, walk around, ask what's good. There's like people who are experts, you know, and then they give you your stuff. You give them your card. They swipe your card. They give you an itemized receipt. Walk out the fucking door. Why would anybody ever take the illegal state option? Like, why? Just why? Why would you? Why would you ever want this? This is just obviously superior. But Matt Walsh, because I don't know. I don't know what his anti-drug stance is. I'm assuming it's just like weird conservative, I don't like drugs take. I'm not sure where this comes from. But mostly his kill drug dealers and like beat homeless people or whatever. That's all just like fascist, I don't like people. I like to create suffering. That's all. That's really all that is. Matt Walsh wants to live in a world that resembles more of Pittsburgh and The Last of Us, which you're for all you show watchers and not game players, you're in for a fun time. But that's the world he wants to live in. That's what he thinks is a positive world, where you leave your house and there are people like hanging from your fucking like street lamps. That's what Matt Walsh wants. That's the system. That's the society Matt Walsh thinks is superior. Is public hangings.
I didn't specifically say that. I said drug traffickers. Okay, and you do that because you know you'd sound ridiculous defending fentanyl dealers on the basis of freedom. Okay, so you go for the easiest form of the argument you can find, and you want to make this about marijuana. But I'm not going to let you off the hook that easily. So let's focus on fentanyl dealers.
I think people should be allowed to take fentanyl legally and not be arrested for it, and I think people should be allowed to sell it to them if they want to buy it from them. If there is a medical, what's the word I'm looking for? Justification.
Dealers for a moment.
Or recreational, but I don't think there's the thing also is fentanyl is not a recreational drug, by the way.
Poison, just straight up poison that destroys the lives of thousands of people and kills thousands more. And you say this is okay because the people who use it want to. You know, they want to use it, so that makes it okay. Well, why does their desire...
Nope, it just means you don't criminalize it.
Automatically make it okay to sell it? Is that the standard? Anything that somebody might want to use is automatically okay to sell? Is that really how you think the law should work?
Nope, just drugs.
And again, your argument rests on an assumption that you haven't actually defended or explained, which is that freedom is the highest good. It's a good in and of itself, and anything that can be labeled freedom automatically should be allowed to happen.
Nope.
Besides, even
just
if
freedom in this case
has consented, the
granted,
entire rest
I will say Kyle does have a very cringe First Amendment take, so maybe he does think that, but that would be I think a way too lenient definition of that would be too far, in my opinion.
The community plagued by the filth and crime and violence the drug causes have not consented. Okay, the dealer might consent, the user might consent. We'll get to that in a second. But the people forced to live in communities utterly ravaged by this poison do not consent to it.
Right. So this is why you create safe injection zones and what's the word? Have robust healthcare so that people don't get addicted to things like fentanyl. Like, there are so many things you can do that, like, Matt Walsh isn't even going to, he's not going to address, which I understand. Like, he wants to go with the, oh, you think fentanyl should just be legal. Sure. Under a system where no drugs are illegal unless they are, like, actively harmful and dangerous. But also, Kyle might make the argument that if somebody wants to take something that will kill them, that they have a right to choose that for themselves, which is a kind of getting into a different argument and a different conversation, but I do think that's a valid conversation to have. Like, you know, if you want to talk about that sort of thing, it's like, all right, well, how far do you take that? But like what Matt Walsh is talking about at the end of the day is like beating people, is killing people for using and dealing and distributing drugs, which is just a what's the word I'm looking for? A bit too far. You know, I feel like it's just a bit too far. Just a bit, you know, just
people who are hopped up on these drugs and then they run to a subway platform and throw an old lady in front of the train. She didn't consent to that.
Did that happen?
She didn't consent to being a part of this. She didn't consent to living in a city that's the wall.
Wait, but that's murder. That's already illegal. We already have a structure to prosecute that.
Fucking dead with drug zombies walking around. Oh, and also, by the way, the user doesn't consent either. They're addicts. They're not making clear choices. They are acting out of desperation and compulsion and addiction.
Cool. Then we should get them help. Like, this isn't hard. Then we just get them help. It's rather simple. Like, again, this is all the reason why Matt also can't quite grasp like the argument, and he thinks Kyle isn't making an argument, is because Kyle's not simply talking about hand waving and making all drugs legal, boom, now we just never enforce it. There's a broader system that Kyle specifically wants to push for, which would also involve a socialized healthcare system that would offer people the ability to safely inject and safely detox from these kinds of drugs, and criminalizing the use and distribution thereof does nothing but damage to the users, and just criminalizes and guarantees that those criminals will stay in that industry going forward. You lock them into that industry or any other illegal industry. And for users, you demonize them, which, fun fact, isn't really going to get you the result of them not being addicts anymore. It's not really, people don't really go about life like hated by their neighbors because they're addicts and are like, oh yeah, this is like totally, yeah. My neighbor, you know, my neighbors like kind of hate me, but you know, I'm like totally happy with that. It's fine. I don't do more drugs because everyone around me hates me. Totally.
The dealers and traffickers exploit that for financial gain. There's no freedom here. Freedom has nothing to do with drug addiction. Who the hell could look at a heroin addict or a fentanyl addict or a crackhead and say, well, that's freedom? That is the opposite of freedom. So to review, freedom is not a self-explanatory defense of drug trafficking. It's also not a relevant defense because one of the things that makes drug trafficking so evil is that the end user does not actually have total freedom because...
You know, I just thought about this. Do you think this is how Matt Walsh feels about child brides? He said earlier that, what's it called? Drug users cannot consent to taking drugs that they are addicted to, that they are you know, whatever the other adjectives he used, I don't really remember already, but do you think he seems to understand consent here? I have never heard Matt Walsh talk about consent in such a specific and what's the word I'm looking for? Such a specific and targeted and accurate way when it comes to child brides, or you know, because according to Matt Walsh, the problem is that these kids getting 44-year-olds, the problem is not the pregnancy. The problem is they're not married, which something interesting. It's interesting.
They are enslaved by the drug. But let's take addiction out of it. Let's take drugs out of it.
Why don't we just have a socialized healthcare where everybody has access to doctors, and then drugs are just recreational? Crazy thought.
Anyone else wants to put in their bodies. That's what you said. Now, I think that this is an utterly ridiculous argument when it comes to hard drugs, but it's also ridiculous when it comes to things that are not drugs. That's how thoroughly ridiculous your argument is. So here's a thought experiment. Just a thought experiment.
Ooh, I love thought
Tide
experience.
Pods. You may remember a few years ago when there was much consternation over the Tide Pod challenge, wherein idiots on TikTok or YouTube or whatever would eat the laundry detergent capsules and then get very sick, and in a few cases would die. Now, here's the question.
Sure.
What if the Tide detergent company decided that it wanted to lean into this phenomenon, and so it began selling its product as both a laundry detergent and a snack? What if they put on their packaging, Tide Pods, great for laundry, great for snacking? And what?
Actually amazing. What's it called? Actually amazing. What's the word? Actually amazing marketing scheme here.
What if they even, let's just say that they're being a little bit more responsible. They include an FDA warning that though it can physically be eaten, it might be damaging to your health. But still, even with that warning, they're marketing it. They are marketing it as a consumable product.
Well, so here's the thing. I don't know if Matt Walsh knows this, but laundry detergent and pharmaceuticals regulated by different departments, regulated very differently, because pharmacies have these things called drugs, whose uses are specifically to cure human illness or aid it or reduce symptoms, whatever it might be. Tide Pods are to clean laundry. That's literally it. Also, what Matt Walsh doesn't understand. So two things. Let's get these two things out of the way. One, Matt Walsh was arguing for drug dealers that for drug, Matt Walsh does not like drug users. So obviously, kids eating Tide Pods is dumb. We should also not lock them up for it. I think that one's a fairly low-hanging fruit, right? Right? Okay. So Tide Pods marketing their their laundry detergent as a snack, in fact, would not pass FDA regulation and would probably be banned. That's kind of how that would work. Hello, Bisky. How are you? They're not really the same kind of consumable. Like one is consumable, one is food, the other is soap. Like these two things are regulated very differently. So I don't know what this comparison is.
Remember, you said people should be free to put whatever they want into their bodies.
Watching Matt Walsh, but
sellers should be free to sell whatever anyone wants to put into their bodies. Some people wanted to put Tide Pods in their bodies. Why couldn't the Tide company therefore sell Tide Pods specifically to that demographic, put it in a snack aisle next to the potato chips?
Well, you would actually have to, there's a process for you to be deemed a food distributor. That a food distributor license is different from a household cleaning item. I don't like Matt Walsh, no offense. No, I fucking hate Matt Walsh. Those two things are very different in terms of regulations. Simply they would the FDA would just be like, okay, we're going to cut this Tide Pod open and analyze its chemical makeup. And then they'd be like, okay, this isn't food. You're not allowed to sell this. We have a mechanism for this specific purpose already.
For the purpose of consuming. Why couldn't they, in other words,
what's worse is he's wrong most of the time.
Customers directly.
He's mean and he's wrong.
What would be wrong with them sitting around in a marketing room and saying, you know what, some of our customers want to be poisoned and killed by this. Let's think of some ways to sell it to them. Let's think of some ways to market it. Not just market it to people who already want to consume Tide Pods, but let's try to convince people that they should eat this stuff and then sell it to them. The argument
Yeah, this would that wouldn't that would never pass the FDA certification.
The argument you made in defense of fentanyl dealers would cover this Tide company hypothetical, absolutely.
Who do I like most?
Now, maybe you escape this bind by plunging forward.
You know, if I'm being honest, the person I like the most from the Daily Wire is definitely Ben. Ben is definitely the most likable. I don't know if he's like Ben Shapiro is someone I think, given the right topic, I could have a good time with Ben. Like if I sat with Ben and watched like bad movies, or like, I mean, granted, our definitions of bad movies are going to be wildly different, but like if me and him like sat and like shot the shit and hung out, I feel like me and Ben could get along. I could not be in a room with Matt Walsh before probably TOSing his ass. I'll put it to you that way. Candace couldn't do it. Jordan Peterson, maybe a second place for him. I would love to pick that guy's brain. And then I don't know who else. Michael Knowles is just fucking stupid and boring. Bret Hart. I have no idea who Bret is. Wait, no, yes I do. That's the it's the girl, right? She always looks like a gamer. She has like a gamer setup, it looks like. I don't know anything about her content. But I would guess I've never covered her content. I know she exists. I have not watched before. I don't know about that one. We'll put her in third since I have no idea.
And saying, yeah, sure, Tide should be able to legally market their product to those who want to eat it. Now, that would make you consistent at least, but it would make you consistently insane, because you would be defending the freedom of corporations to intentionally and directly poison their customers.
I hope Kyle responds to this.
Which would only go to show that freedom in and of itself is not a valid defense. And of course, you never did explain in that clip or in any other part of your diatribe what is so wrong with non-lethal
It's funny,
physical
Matt, because you didn't even play any of his response.
Even simply putting
played
someone
like
in
30
prison
seconds, my guy.
is a physical punishment involving physical coercion and force.
Which doesn't work.
Should we abolish prisons too while we're at it? And if we shouldn't abolish prisons...
Hey! No, prisons... Okay, so there's a certain amount of... there's a certain amount of... So prisons, I think, from a societal level are necessary. But the disproportionate rate in which we in the US lock people up is mostly due to corruption and self-dealing within the government, within local governments, and the companies that build private prisons. Like, the way these two things are intertwined is bad. Obviously, there are inevitably going to be people in society that must be removed, and I don't think murder is really a good way to go about that. Like Matt might, but there's obviously a certain amount of there's a certain amount of the population you got to expect that aren't going to be quite as they're just not fit for that society, and they've kind of proved that by not just breaking the laws, but like, you know, if they're like murdering people and doing all the rest of that stuff, come to a point where you're like, okay, clearly this person's past the point in which we can really afford to have them in our society. Which, you know, so there's always a portion of that. I don't think it's a large portion. We lock up way too many people, but there is a percentage that's too much.
I am not obsessed.
Hey! I did not press the play button. Golly, why do videos do that? Okay. Anyway, let me read these really quickly. Mine is Ben, Brett, and then the old guy. I don't know his name. Might be Jordan Peterson. You know, actually, I mean, mine would definitely be Ben, and then Jordan, probably, because the like Ben's at least like fun. His like TikTok stuff is pretty fun, and he's a genuinely sometimes funny guy, but I don't think it's like meant to be funny. Like, he's just funny through his misunderstanding of like situations and discomfort in certain situations. He reacts to TikToks. I'm assuming the old guy you're talking about, Jordan Peterson, or you might be talking about Jeremy Boring, who is the other founder of Daily Wire, and I probably disagree with him on 90% of stuff, but I'll admit, like, doing that response video to Crowder was like, yeah, show me the lie. Dude was spitting truth. I'll give him credit for that. I'll give him credit for being honest and just being like, this is how contracts work and all the rest of that stuff. I can respect that half of it, but either way, okay. All right, let me get my water real quick. Okay. Okay. So, oh boy, part two. How do we intro this? Are you aware of who Brianna Joy Gray is and or the Twitch streamer Vaush? That's the question. Because both of them, I know Vaush. You know Vaush. That's good. So, I don't really watch him. No offense. Totally fine. You should watch me instead. He's got enough subs and follows. Watch me instead. Either way, Vaush showed up on Brianna Joy Gray's Bad Faith podcast last week. I guess they did like a 3-hour interview. I guess they did like a 3-hour interview. We watched the first part last week on Thursday. Part 2 dropped today, and as I promised, we're gonna take a look on how that went, and I suspect it's kind of a shit show, but yeah, let's find out, shall we? Hassan and Destiny. I remember when Haas wasn't even a streamer. He was just on TYT. So it's funny to see like how big Haas has gotten. Destiny, I recently started going back into like I said it earlier. I watched the I went back and watched that JonTron debate, and I've been trying to watch kind of older Destiny stuff to kind of get a vibe check on him before kind of the more recent days. Just because his takes recently, I haven't. I feel like his takes these days are a little off, but I don't engage with enough of his current content, so I'm trying to kind of fill up my knowledge base. But anyway, let's take a look. Let's see how this one went.
I have not obsessed over anything in my life as much as Jimmy is obsessed over FTV. I couldn't remember my own name with the clarity and precision that he has brought.
Oh, they'd never fix Vaush's fucking what's it called? They have not fixed his fucking audio issues.
That I initially did not care that much about.
Okay, I'm gonna turn this down just a little bit.
That's a little unfair, Vaush, because I've heard you say.
Okay.
I've heard you criticize the strategy as
Yep.
not effective, not smart strategy.
Wait, I just thought, are we not getting an intro? I was like prepping for an intro. Okay, they're going like right into it. I'm sorry. I thought there was, okay.
I've heard you criticize the strategy.
Okay.
As not effective,
right.
not smart strategy.
Let me, in case you're not aware, Force the Vote was a congressional strategy to basically hold up the House Speaker vote in 2000 and God, was it 20 or 21? I think it was 2021 because it would have been earlier. So in 2021, there was a proposal. There was basically a strategic proposal from online left commentators to progressive Congress members to hold up Nancy Pelosi's speakership vote to get to either get committee assignments or they kind of said nebulously concessions. One of the key ones being a floor vote on Medicare for all. The purpose of this was to basically reveal through an open vote who were real supporters of Medicare for all and who were unserious supporters of Medicare for all. Most likely everybody in the House Progressive Caucus would have voted for the Medicare for all vote, but there are also people who are suspected to be not actually as progressive as they say. So the idea behind Force the Vote was to expose those people, to basically reveal targets, for primaries and also galvanize the American public, since during this time we were still dealing with COVID-19 and kind of having a conversation about our national response to a medical crisis. That was the idea. What it ended up turning into was a strategy that everyone kind of fought on the left about, and got really ugly, and overall I think created a lot more infighting and division amongst the left instead of, you know, amounting to any real substantive material gain. So that's my take there at the end, but that's generally what they what's it called? That's generally how that's what they're going to be discussing.
Strategy in ways that are completely
Exactly
undermined by what we saw.
Gotta
happen with the
clickbait.
conservatives
Gotta
2 weeks
clickbait.
ago.
Just to be clear to everyone, just so everyone remembers, force the vote isn't like a
Oh my
broader
God.
ideology or
Oh
something.
shit.
It's a strategy, not a very good one at that, but even leaving that aside, that literally only could have been a thing 2 years ago. They were wrong to begin with.
Should I go up here? Okay, we'll go up here for now.
A lot of their statements. The specific force the vote movement was one of the most blatant grifts that got passed as left-leaning activism in the past several years. There was literally no history in which anyone but Nancy Pelosi became the Speaker of the House. There was no avenue for any other.
And I think that part of why some
And
of us
back
are
down.
frustrated and continue the conversation
Why
perhaps
is-
longer
oh,
than we
wait,
would
I know.
like, is because there's
There we
absolutely
go.
no acknowledgement
Why does that never
of
feel?
how many lies are being spread. Oh, Kevin McCarthy can become Speaker of the House. Oh, it won't work unless you have an alternative speaker in question. You know, you can't make X, Y, and Z kind of asks. These kind of asks are inappropriate, but they wouldn't suggest alternative asks that I think I and a lot of other people would have been down for.
Wait. Okay. We're gonna go over, because these are the specific pushbacks which they always say aren't correct. Let me go through
kind of
these.
asks are inappropriate, but they wouldn't. McCarthy can be. I think that part of the conversation perhaps longer
Okay.
than you would like.
There we go.
Is because there's absolutely no acknowledgement of
Uh-huh.
how many lies are being spread. Oh, Kevin McCarthy can become Speaker of the House.
That could happen. The same way, that absolutely is a thing that could happen. Is it likely? Not really, but it can happen. The same way the current leader, the Democrats, could have become Speaker of the House for the minority party in the most recent fight.
The House. Oh, it won't work unless you have an alternative speaker in question. You know,
I watch a few.
You can't make X, Y, and Z kind of asks. These kind of asks are inappropriate, but they wouldn't suggest alternative asks that I think
Some are better than others, yes.
I and a lot of other people would have been down for. So, I mean, do you see now, post what the Republicans have done, do you think do you agree that it was a legitimate plan and one that the left probably should have engaged in 2
I think
years
it would have
ago?
been fine to do from the get-go. I do think there's a difference in how the right and the
I do
left
watch a lot of
handle
political
these situations.
streamers.
The right does not care about its
My big
rebel
three are
rights.
probably like Vaush,
The louder
Sanderhall,
or
and
obnoxious you
Keffels.
are
Those are
as a
probably my big
conservative
three right now.
politician, the more your voters love it. They
I
don't
watch
care.
Haas's clips
Whereas-
more than I
whereas,
watch
you
like
know, if AOC
his streams. He
so
just
much
streams at an
off,
inconvenient time for me.
You know, over Nancy Pelosi, you're going to get like a 68-hour
That's good.
MSNBC, you know, a runtime on how disrespectful she's being.
Bisky, it's good that you're I appreciate people who like pay attention to politics. It always seems kind of like I meet people every day like in regular life that are like, ugh, it's like such a pain in the ass to keep up with this stuff, or ugh, it always feels so like such like a waste of time, or ugh, it's just so contentious. But like this stuff is important. It's like how your country gets run. Like these are important stuff. I know they don't feel important all the time. They feel very petty, but like it's important stuff.
But didn't that happen to the Republicans?
It's good that you engage.
Was not on board with this project. There's a more ideological diversity over there, but the media was against them.
Though the media was, the institution of the GOP was, but I feel like the populists on the right, I say populists here very loosely, they're not really populists, they're just more openly fascist. You know, I feel like they're usually
Seriously, what was that? Come on, Brianna, come on now. We're not gonna do this thing where we disagree that populist right is not just diet fascism. Fascism zero.
I think the point is that the people on the left would have rallied behind a just claim by people like AOC or other progressives. You got to pick the ask right. You got to make sure it's not this self-interested stuff, and that they're fighting for things that are very popular in the public, including among conservatives, things like $15 minimum wage and healthcare and yada yada yada.
I think there could have been good asks there. The main efficacy point that I made that really bugged me was when people were saying the FTV could have been used to do like a roll call vote on Medicare for all that everyone knows wouldn't have passed. passed and would have been nothing more than an
Look,
empty
if
virtue
you
signal.
don't like that
But
ask,
if it's
then don't.
committee appointments, then, you know, I think
If you don't like that ask, you don't have to like that ask. But also, these aren't mutually exclusive. So let's
Whoa. Also, let's be really clear. If you paid attention back then, Jimmy Dore made it a point to make the Medicare for all aspect of that the ask. So she's going to come in here and say like, oh, maybe that's not the ask that like is the best one, but like maybe here's some alternatives. That's not what they were arguing back then. The largest like the loudest side that asked that like the largest like sub faction in this faction. Oh my god, there's something in front of me and it's bothering me. I think it's just fluff. Anyway, but the largest and the loudest faction was arguing for a floor vote on Medicare for all. Jimmy Dore did some like rally and saying that AOC was and the squad are standing in the way of Americans getting health care and all the rest of this stuff. So she can't come on here and say that like, oh, well, you know, if it's not that one, what if we went with a different one? It's like, no, that was the one that you guys were arguing for. That was the one that you were planting your flag in. You can't run back now and be like, oh, well, you know, it's that one, or we could do a different one. We were open. Like, no, you guys weren't open to a lot of these other suggestions. They just weren't. The momentum was behind a floor vote for Medicare for all, which would have never worked. Like, it would have never passed. And because it had no chance of passing, you were never going to reveal fake supporters. So it was useless. It was absolutely useless in that case. But it's the one that gained the most momentum. It was the ask that people like Jimmy Dore and others were pushing the hardest for. And it's the one that we had to have a discussion over. Now we're talking about, well, it could have been other things, but that didn't come up until after the fact. Until after, in which the strategy was already done, Pelosi was in, did they then start talking about, well, what if it was like this other thing or this other thing? Why can't we talk about other things that we could have gotten? It's like, because that's not what you were asking for at the time. You were asking for a floor vote. That's what you were asking for.
Let them do their roll call vote. Also demand committee appointments. You could demand the earth, the wind, and the sky. It doesn't matter, because until those 4 women or whomever in the squad vote for Nancy Pelosi, her ass wasn't becoming Speaker of the House, and that was an incredible amount of power to squander.
it does matter, because if they're too obnoxious, it ends up being an optical loss. But yes, I agree they could have.
That
done
is
more
true.
of that.
No, but the point that we were making, though, is that even though there was an optical loss on the right, no, this is important. Even though Fox News was not on board with this, the Republican Party wasn't on board with this, the people, conservatives, loved this. And you said that the conservative voter loves rabble rouser more than Democratic voter. I don't
Yes.
think that that's true. I think that there would be a lot of excitement.
That's a
energy,
fundamental
and
misunderstanding of
among
the
people
voting
saw
blocks.
Someone actually fighting for you in Congress. Why do I believe that? Because that's the entire repeal of Bernie Sanders in 2020 and 2016.
But they voted.
Did Bernie win? Like, I fucking love Bernie Sanders. He didn't win. Democratic voters don't like rabble rousing. They just don't. Leftists in the Democratic Party do, but normie Democratic voters don't like infighting and don't like rabble rousing. They just don't.
Voted for Biden, the least rabble-rousing human.
Yeah,
in
for the
history.
reasons that you just described. You know perfectly well why they voted for Biden.
Because
It had nothing
Democrats
to
are
do with
cucked, because they're small-brained bitch baby liberals who wouldn't get out of bed each morning if they weren't told to the previous day by
who else were they
MSNBC.
supposed to vote for? Vaush? Bernie dropped out and immediately endorsed Biden, so Biden was the candidate.
Biden was the person that they sort of cajoled
He
behind
was the
institutional
candidate.
support for in the primaries.
So who
The
were they
Republicans
supposed to
vote for-
rabble rouse behind?
Well,
There was
that's my-
nobody. That's my point. There's
Well,
never
that's-
anybody to rabble rouse.
But
'cause
that's my point. In the
squad won't do
primaries,
it. Democrats don't do it.
in the 2016 primaries, Donald Trump came in
It's not the
maverick,
moment. It's
whatever,
just not the moment.
underdog, and then he screamed and shouted and insulted people all the way up to the top. Republicans love that stuff. It's
Holy shit, Vaush's fucking audio is fucking trash.
gladiator sports to them. I respect it, frankly. It's better than what we have. Unfortunately, the average conservative is stronger emotionally than the average liberal when it comes to their propensity for watching politicians duke it out. So I genuinely think...
That's the claim that I'm disagreeing with right there.
Really,
I think that
you think liberals are better at that?
I think that there is an appetite for seeing people within the Democratic Party fight for the interests of working people
Ma'am,
among
I
Democrats,
fucking wish.
just like there is
Not
among
in the party
Republicans.
infrastructure.
However, you never get to see it tested, and it's never really encouraged, because the Democratic Party, you saw this with the force the vote moment last week, the Democratic Party prides itself on solidarity behind people as evil as Hakeem Jeffries, who spent
That's
the
who I
last
was
2
thinking
years
of, yeah.
trying to pass law, not like laws, but rules within the Democratic Party that would keep progressives out of office.
Yeah, they don't care. They don't care. Democratic voters would vote for that because they're like, Hakeem Jeffries, he's black. Yes, let's do it. Like, they don't give a shit. I'm sorry, but normie Democratic voters don't like politics. They're not interested in politics. Only when it's somebody like Trump or in like a under Republican administrations do normies wake the fuck up. That's the only time it ever happens.
And Terry Sewell and a super PAC to try to keep more progressives from getting into Congress. Blacklisting vendors who had the audacity to set up lights for or cater a progressive candidate trying to get into
they don't
Congress.
Give a shit. He's civil. He's got a smile.
Exactly. And despite him doing all of that, all the people that he's attacked for the last 2 to 4 years or whenever this progressive thing started in 2018, clapped
18, 15.
Cheered him on as an amazing poet as he did that corny acrostic.
Yep. Oh God, that was fucking cringe.
How much they were all in line behind Hakeem Jeffries.
Does she know how popular Nancy Pelosi is in her district? She is unbeatable in her district. Like, let's remember this. As much as we don't like Nancy Pelosi, unbeatable in her district.
And to me, that's the most dangerous thing. As a leftist right now, that is the exact kind of solidarity that I feel like is our job to be breaking up and attacking. And I don't think it causes Republicans to win by asking the left to fight as hard as the right is going to fight.
If it doesn't in any way assist the Republicans, then I support it. I will say I have some trepidation. No. I swear to God, my issue was mostly with how it was handled. Principally, the idea of extracting concessions or at least arguing over committee appointments, I'm okay with. The problem that I have is that there are a lot of people on the social media space who have very cynically used it as a flux point to attack the squad and define their entire identity by being the left, but not like that. And then they go on and spend like their entire lives, therefore, being the left who's anti this. No. We know
I don't
this
disagree.
Is
I just have to say that I disagree, but go ahead. I don't think that's a fair criticism, but go ahead.
Okay, well, it's a tendency that many have claimed has happened. Anyway, I have
Brianna Joy Gray to this day makes Force the Vote content. To this day, she is still making Force the Vote content. And there's no reason to. See, this is the thing. There's no reason to still be engaging in the Force the Vote rhetoric, strategy, argument, any of it. There's no reason to be engaging with it in 2023. There just isn't. There's no material outcome that you can extract from it. Or material gain, I should say. So what are we talking about? You're only doing it to differentiate yourself from other people, which means it becomes now not a strategy for a political movement. It becomes a strategy for individual political actors. That's what it becomes after that point.
I have an issue with how it's been used. I don't think the squad's perfect. I think they've made plenty of mistakes. I mean, God, that AOC, I don't know what kind of toenail screwing Pelosi was doing behind the scenes. That vote in the Iron Dome shit. You remember that? Yeah.
I just did a radar on it, in fact.
Yeah,
I mean, I know that people only want to talk about my radars that they find to be fascistic or whatever, but I spend most of my time advocating for things like Medicare for all and wealth taxes and calling out. I said, in that radar, I explained that AOC could have taken that moment and come forward and exposed whatever arm twisting is going on behind the scenes, whatever kind of corporate regressive, pernicious pressure that people like
and
Nancy
there
Pelosi
goes her committee
are wielding
seats
behind the scenes. Instead, she continues to tacitly, I'm not saying it's evil in her heart, but she is in effect covering for Nancy Pelosi and the establishment when she does her bidding without simply outing what made her cry on the House floor that day.
No, I agree, especially because she's in such a safe district. You know, they would have to twist some major strings to have even a chance of getting her not reelected.
I disagree with this. I disagree with Vaush in this regard, in the sense that they already yeeted who was it? Fucking not Jeffries. They already yeeted like one member of the House Progressive, of one of like the squad members as it was, by redistricting New York. You don't think they wouldn't do that to AOC? Like as much of a fundraiser as she is and as good as she is for the party, they don't want her in the party. meaning they'll nuke her if they have to. They're fine with doing that. I think while she is in a safe district in terms of being in a safe like blue district, she'll win a general at any point. In terms of a primary, she does have to be careful that she doesn't get redistricted outside of where she actually has been running in. She does have to worry about that. And also, you figure you also have to always weigh, like, if you do that, if you reveal any of this information, if you come out and do like here's what's really happening on Capitol Hill, here's how Pelosi really does things behind the curtain, you risk losing your ability to participate positively in government for how long? How long is she going to bench you, not give you committee seats, put you in committees where you're useless? So, these are the things you got to weigh. I don't really think it's a black or white answer. And I don't think Brianna Joy Gray in this case is really fair in always making it into, you could have done like this, but you decided to run. It's like, no, it's like what are you gonna do? Have no effect? They try to use this. There was like a quote from AOC, I think, once where it was like, I'd rather be a one-term congressperson trying to make the most amount of an impact than be there. That itself was a dumb opinion. I want AOC to be in Congress for the rest of my and her life, as long as she can. Because at the end of the day, she is a representative of my progressive values. Like, if she doesn't always get to perform those values to their maximalist point, but isn't around for a year and flames out, I'll take that. Slow, steady growth is the way you build movements. It's unfun, it's not sexy, but it's the way you build this stuff. Not with these quick one and done, here and gone little spurts of momentum.
I'm sure you saw the AOC clip on her Instagram the other day after the whole force the vote Republican thing, where she says she's criticizing Marjorie Taylor Greene, saying Marjorie Taylor Greene was in a she's criticizing Lauren Boebert, saying Lauren Boebert was in almost lost her seat, and somehow that is why it's good for me not to have done force the vote. But it's like, no, it's the opposite. Marjorie Taylor Greene almost lost her seat and was still willing to go up against the Republican establishment for dumb stuff, to be clear, but was still willing to take on that risk when you're in a safe seat and aren't willing to stick your neck out for anything. That's the whole problem. Go ahead.
The main point that I'll front here.
Wait, but being brave for something stupid is not as good as being brave for something smart. Like, Lauren Boebert is fucking brain damaged. She can be as dumb as she wants and lose her seat, and I'll be happy. But if AOC loses her seat, all her bravery in the world means nothing, because she now has no ability to affect change, to affect real world material change, now or in the future. And
something I'm really interested in seeing is what would happen if you had a lefty, or at least a populist, in the Democratic Party who was openly antagonistic to the machinations within the party.
That's what we want to see.
Bernie Sanders was a real nice guy. I love him. AOC, the rest of the squad, they're clearly keeping quiet to an extent. I'm sure, now this is just standard politics, right? Like, every political party to some extent has to twist people's arms behind the scenes. That's literally the point of a political party. It makes sense. But obviously, this is going beyond standard, grouping people together, and has gone into more extensive, ideological constraints. Mm-hmm. I would love to see what would happen, what media cycle would come about from AOC just, I don't know, waking up at the wrong side of the bed and going, okay, fuck it, sure, fine. I'll go on Insta. We'll talk about this the whole day.
I don't think very well, personally.
I'd be happy to see that. My current belief is that the average Democrat is a bitch baby who would respond poorly to any kind of disruption within the
We're just
party,
not in the
no matter
moment.
how
We're not
well
at the
done
moment.
by the left.
I
But
think that's true.
if that was
but I don't
challenged,
care.
if it was improved, if I could believe there was a positive outcome, because that's what I'm in it for. The left can try at whatever they want, you know, but if at the end of the day it doesn't do anything, I just don't care. If it turns out something good can come of it, or if it opens up a road to something good in the future, then I might be a little bit more.
Isn't it hard? Isn't there something kind of in the aggregate self-defeating? Isn't there something very limiting about saying, I'm only supportive of taking that kind of a political risk if I can guarantee that there's a positive outcome? Look, I completely get wanting to calculate.
Yeah, it's having a materialist worldview. At the very least, from a political standpoint, it's like, yes, I want good things to happen when I like when I swing the bat, I want to hit the ball. Like, okay.
That there's a likelihood maybe of a positive outcome. But this is, I think, where people like Jimmy Dore, I'm sorry, are coming from. I didn't say it. Jimmy didn't say it. AOC said that she'd rather be a one-term congressperson than
It's fucking
abandon
stupid.
her ideals and stop fighting for the things that she thought was so important. AOC positioned herself as someone, and Kyle Kulinski says this all the time. He's there. He's part of the Justice Democrat effort, that Brave New, whatever, that got them all elected. So if he says the point of why we fought for them to get into Congress was for them to do exactly that. So for them to not then be doing that, honestly, they should be doing that regardless of whether or not there's a positive outcome. I mean, they should obviously be trying for a positive outcome, not just randomly throwing rocks.
It help if they give it a shot, you know.
Right, but like, and this is so. Again, I don't necessarily, I don't necessarily obviously take the.
You're calling me a cuck again.
How am I doing that?
No, I was just because like you're not willing to take a risk. I do get it, by the way. I'd be much more open to experimentation if I wasn't so concerned about the I don't know, the death camps or whatever.
So, but okay, so
but broadly, I agree that it's.
I mean, yeah, that's the like recognizing the political moment you're in. This is like if we were in a timeline where, you know, like Trump was like this utter ineffectual garbage president, whatever you think of him, he was popular. But if we were staring at an utterly unpopular Republican Party that had almost no chance, essentially no functional chance at winning a presidential election, along with like federal Senate elections, we could absolutely be more aggressive. But it's just not the moment that we're in. Like, it sucks. I don't like that we're not in that moment, but like no amount of me wanting that is going to make it like a thing, like exist. Sadly, we are in a moment where for now there's not a lot that we can do to like to have positive outcomes from this kind of aggression towards the party. There's a reason why Bernie's strategy has been to infiltrate the party and slowly kind of mold it in his vision. That's, I think, the more feasible and more workable way to do this, as opposed to, you know, boarding the ship and taking it by force. We're in a moment where if you're in the middle of, you know, if this is gonna be like, if you're in the middle of like a ship battle, you know, you're in a ship battle. There's it's like another ship. It's like, I don't know, yards away, I guess. I don't know, meters, whatever. It's some distance away. You're firing off rockets. They've got all their little rockets ready to go. They're firing off their shit. And you as a small faction are trying to, you know, galvanize the other members of the ship and be like, come on guys, we need to board the ship. We need to overthrow the captain right now. We need to go in a different direction. They're going to look at you and go, idiot. What we need right now is to fucking beat the ship over there. That ship needs to be gone. We can talk about how we run this ship after that ship isn't trying to destroy us. That's a very reductive, but simply put, the moment that we're in right now, we're just not at that point right now. And it sucks. It utterly sucks. But we can't just ignore that because it's inconvenient.
But you need to experiment to some extent because there's no safe way forward.
This is what is so frustrating. I feel like I'll just speak for myself and not other members of my side of the left. I feel like I have gone out of my way
Side of the left.
Someone who was, especially 2 years ago, very timid in this space, not someone who has a long history in politics, willing to defer to the opinions of a lot of other people. I've spent 2 years having union organizers and journalists and elected officials and historians and novelists and musicians and old people, young people, everyone in the world on my show trying to vet these ideas. I'm not someone who's just like, oh, I think I know the right thing to do. I have instincts. I have good, what I think are above average analytical skills, but I don't know the right answers to things. But after talking to person after person after person, it's what it seems to me to be the problem is that there's a crisis on the left where nobody is willing to do anything unless it's a guaranteed success for some of the reasons that you articulated. So I have gone out of my way, I believe, to try to focus on opportunities that would not cost the broad left anything. That's why Force the Vote was so crucial. Because whereas sometimes you hear liberals arguing, you hear Democrats arguing, well, and AOC argued this in her little clip recently. Sorry, that was patronizing. AOC argued this in her clip recently. I'm sorry. I don't mean to. I'm sorry. She said, you know, Republicans, it's easy for them to hold stuff up because they don't want to get anything done anyway.
Which is true.
Democrats want the legislation to pass, so we can't force we can't hold folks hostage in the same way.
When you have nothing to lose, it's a lot easier to bet everything.
I would abolish the FBI, so I would burn it. I would take the risk and burn it out. But even if you're not me, and I respect that most people aren't, Force the Vote. The only negative thing that was on the line, the only downside, was that some broad named Nancy Pelosi doesn't get to be Speaker of the House. There were no children who weren't going to get their welfare checks. You know, no one was going to go hungry. Nobody was going to be evicted.
Well, you would deal a blow to the Democratic concept of a functional Medicare for all effort. Like you would literally end up, like, the vote would come down to like a tsunami, a wave of no votes against yes votes, even in the Democratic Party, right? And because of that, you would characterize Medicare for all as not just pie in the sky, but unrealistic and not doable, right? Like you would now set the bar very, very low for yours, or very high for your own self. Because you imagine, right? You imagine they do the vote. Let's say you do the Medicare vote and it loses by, let's say 10 votes. Say 10 votes, right? You could make the argument that the Democratic Party is only 10 congressional votes. And because Congress is divvied up by population of state districts, that's a really good pulse of where the country might be, right? So you do this vote, maybe there's like 10 holdouts, right? And they all have their weak milquetoast, I just don't know, or I'm just against it, or, you know, I'm just a bitch, you know, whatever argument they want to make, whatever excuse they want to make for not voting for this thing. You could argue that the Democratic Party is 10 votes short of being ready to pass Medicare for all. That's a good thing. That looks really good. That tells the American people, especially Democratic voters who don't pay attention to politics, mind you, because they'll cover this on major news networks, that is going to tell normie Democrats that, hey, wake up. This is a thing that can happen now. You only need 10 more votes. It's 100% a thing you can do now. John Oliver probably goes on his program and tells everybody, you know, writes an email and then tells everybody to email their representative to shore up those 10 votes, right? Because, like, the amount of space, the amount of road left isn't a lot. So you get people excited, like, holy shit. Like, I was a supporter of Medicare for all, but I didn't realize everybody else is. And you got to remember, after Bernie losing, that told a lot of people that we're not ready for Bernie's politics yet. And a lot of people, even who voted for Bernie, love Bernie, maybe they don't pay attention to a lot of politics, but they're like, I really like that guy. He seems really cool. Everything else. But, they look at it and they go, damn, I guess the party's really not ready for it. I guess it's not, I'd be ready for it, but I don't think anybody else is. And I think that's more how the Democratic Party works. Now, here's the problem. Here's my argument. If they did the Medicare for All vote, we would not be 10 votes away from passing, even on the Democratic side. I think it would be a number. I don't know what the number would be, but I think it would be a number that would be too intimidating to normie voters to, reassure them that Medicare for All is something that they can safely advocate for to their representatives, to their friends. Because every Democrat, mind you, remember, almost every Democrat knows that Canada, that the UK, that Germany, France, Belgium, Spain, Japan, all of these places have socialized medicine that keeps their country functioning and their citizens healthy, or at the very least, healthier than Americans, right? They all already know this. But at the moment, there's not the... Essentially, there is no permission from Democratic voters to support this any more than a certain amount. And if that number during the Medicare for All vote is too high, you are going to reinforce that now is not the time. You're going to tell people to go back in the closet for Medicare for All. Not yet. That's the risk you run. You run the risk of depowering it in a moment when we could keep it as popular as it is. If Bernie comes out tomorrow, announces a runs on the platform of Medicare for All, it is as popular as it was back in 2016 and as it gained in 2020. But if Bernie comes out now, after force the vote, kind of tells people that now is not the time. Is his case going to be as strong? Will the media tell everybody, hey, Bernie Sanders, he wants to do this Medicare for All thing, but everyone in the party thinks it's too expensive, and everyone in the party thinks it's not the right moment, and da-da-da-da-da, and everything else. And we're back in the same cycle. Picking your moment is critical. And I think that force the vote wasn't it. Specifically, the Medicare for All vote was not it. It was not. But anyway, that's my spiel. That's my take.
It was just Nancy Pelosi, one of the richest women in America, not getting to hold the gavel for the 15th year, however long she's been speaking.
Do you
have
a problem with women in power?
When they're named Nancy Pelosi, yes, 100%. So do you see what I mean? And my same thing with the 2020 stuff. It's like, fine. You don't want to vote third party? Fine. But at very least, can we be cool? Can we try to bluff a little bit and try to get a little something for our votes before you bend the knee for Joe Biden? Bernie dropped out in April. The election's in November. Can we wait till July before we all pledge fidelity to Biden for the rest of our lives?
Look,
Fealty, not fidelity.
We all have angles we approach this from. For me, and again, I could go on about this, but I feel like the battle for this country's longevity in terms of its democratic institutions is being lost or is lost. And it's really just a matter of time. I don't think the Democrats have the wherewithal or the lefties the strength to do anything sufficient to keep that from happening. And my hope is that whatever happens as a product of that, you'll see this reciprocal blowback against a conservative ideology that would give us the venue for broader change. So, for example, and I'm gonna not Godwin's law for once. We've seen historically a resurgence in some Latin American countries after U.S.-backed fascist dictators were finally ousted or democratically removed. Right. Chile has seen a pretty dramatic leftward shift over time. Lula has, been a international hero in Brazil, albeit, one with some challenges, but we love him anyway. Even right now with Ukraine, ever since the Euromaidan in 2014, the country has moved leftward, in large part because they wanted to distinguish themselves from Russia, which is a more conservative country. I think that the voters have a short memory and generally aren't that bright, which is unfortunately a product of our lacking political education. And they tend to react very reflexively to the pressures they see in their time. And my hope is that whatever happens next with the conservatives, the goal will be to milk that politically all the way home. And you use that to build a strong left base. What the Democrats didn't do in 2020, of course, was sufficiently work with the Jan 6 stuff, right? I mean, look at what Lula is doing over in Brazil. They're Bolsonaristas. They invade the 3 houses of the federal government. Immediately, they are arrested. Lula goes on TV. He talks about how they are terrible.
So this is a good point in terms of like strength. If you're gonna like, especially if you like triple down, quadruple down, you weaken the right. Guess what? If you've made them irrelevant, the Democratic, like, you know, somebody like Joe Biden, right, is perceived as center left, right? He's not actually. He's rather center right, if we're perfectly honest. But because of the way the Overton window works, you know, he seems rather left compared to, you know, somebody like DeSantis as an example. If you weaken the right to the point in which they become, at the very least, politically ineffective on a national scale, we'll say for like a presidential election, because that's kind of the tip of the spear of how you move change very quickly and very effectively, I think. You know, you take them out of their ability to be that strong second party. You've created a power vacuum for more progressive, more socialist leaning leftists to run against somebody like Biden. If Biden doesn't have a strong right to run against, then he's got his left flank that he's going to have to worry about filling that power vacuum. But Democrats didn't seize on that and aren't good at smearing Republicans like across the pavement after they do fuck shit.
Terrorists, how they are cowards. He says the police were complicit in the insurrection attempt, which is phenomenal. And he says,
hey, Skeptical, how are you?
I mean, this, I think, will really
how long is this video? I think probably gonna stay on until like 11. I think.
I mean,
I'm assuming
nothing has happened.
I'm assuming I'm gonna stop a few more times within this video.
Nothing has happened to anyone. Part of this is a consequence, I think, of our, you know, highly federated system, but also I think the Democrats
they voted to increase police funding.
Right, we got more Capitol Police. There we go. God bless. We're safe forevermore. The point I'm getting at here is just
I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that.
These like critical moments, and we don't have one right now because you kind of need a central point. You need a leader or an event you can orient it around. Bernie is out at the moment.
You gotta make one, Vaush.
No, well, you
gotta make one.
You make one or you respond to an existing one, and that takes time and effort. And I support efforts to build that, but we need to be respectful of our place in history, because if we try to overplay our hand, we have to. If we overplay our hand,
what's the line between being respectful of our place in history and abdicating one's responsibility to try to make change happen?
Material outcome.
God helps those who help
material
themselves,
outcomes.
Or is it we're sitting around waiting for a miracle?
No, you always be active, but you have to be active in the right direction. I'm very defensively oriented at the moment.
Well, that's the
not
thing.
Mind you, by choice. I'm sorry,
but that's why force the vote is an issue, because we don't get many opportunities, and that was one. And half the left chose to
it was just okay.
That was years ago now, and I'm here today.
No, it was 10 days ago that we had a validation.
That was their force the vote,
right,
not
but
ours.
it's front of mind, and it happens again and again. I can go through a bunch of other examples. I don't want to bore people in this podcast because I just did this in the last episode, but the silence on Pramila Jayapal whipping progressives not to hold up the spring of 2021 COVID relief bill over the extraction of a $15 minimum wage out of it by Chuck Schumer.
Too abstract for the average voter, but I agree in principle. The average voter, we're talking fish IQ here. We got to rattle their little goldfish bowls. We got to shake them up, you know?
I think that we obviously disagree about this. I think that we coddle the public. I think that we patronize the public. I think that we don't.
Americans are not good political political vessels. Quite frankly, they just don't. The amount of people who engage, I think, responsibly with politics in the U.S. is very, 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 very low.
Don't respect our voters. I think the voters know that they deserve a $15 minimum wage. I think that they can understand the parliamentarian is a position that is not elected. They can be fired. Their advice can be ignored. And the Democratic Party chose to turn a 50-vote situation to a 60-vote situation so they wouldn't have to pass a $15 minimum wage.
20% of voting Americans at most know what the filibuster is. 5% the parliamentarian.
And whose fault is that?
Oh, no, I agree. I'm just saying, working with the environment we're in right now, it's pretty tough
Yeah,
to sell
yeah.
them on the nuances.
But Vaush, if people never make that argument, that remains the case forever.
No, but
Republicans the Republicans have all become experts on the IRS in the last 2 weeks because Republicans decided to make it their.
But they haven't. They've just said something that's untrue. It's always easier to make people believe lies because you can always make up evidence. It's harder to convince people of actual truths because you have to actually educate them. And unfortunately, in the US, not a lot of people have time to sit and watch, videos about the makeup of the House Progressive Caucus, and not a lot of people have time to worry about, the nuances of IRS hiring practices. It's just not something that people have the time. And honestly, I'll be honest with you, don't really have the care. Do you know how many people? So I work in a kitchen with a lot of people. When I tell them that I do this stream, you know what they tell me most of the time? That's really cool. I would I hardly know anything that's going on, and I hate talking about politics. It's all like such a big waste of time. That is the number one thing you will hear from normal people, unfortunately, because it's become so not even just toxic, it's become so contentious. Now, part of that is because Republicans have made it contentious by making politics, or people who care about politics, into for lack of a better term, ninnies. But we have to work with this environment, unfortunately. People like Jon Stewart, people like shows like the Daily Show, shows like John Oliver's show, I forget what it's called off the top of my head. Shows like that are the best way that you are going to educate people on complex topics like, the function of their government, and keep their attention. That is in my opinion the best possible way to do that. But unfortunately, and if you've been on YouTube, there's people who do this. There's people who do educational content. That there's people that do long form essays that are like an hour long, 2 hours long, maybe, with jokes and with some humor, but with real substantive education. But do those do incredibly well? Are those the top page of YouTube? Or is it Mr. Beast curing people of blind a 10-minute procedure that should already have gone to people through their government? There's no reason why we should require people to fill out hey, I'm blind on their license or photo ID, when we just cure them of that. But capitalism, unfortunately. But either way, it's just not the place that we're in. I would love if everyone was as interested in politics as me, but unfortunately, most of the time, I end up running into the one guy in a group of friends at the bar who's like, oh yeah, I love talking about this stuff, and I love those conversations, but that's one guy out of a group of 7 of us. So
issue.
Again, the political education
going on about politics, Juki Holic. What are you going on about?
Main issue. God's honest truth. I don't give a damn about all the bad politics. Whatever.
Did you call me Buster? Are you my dad? Are you my dad? Dad, did you make an account?
You know, I expected him to be bad. I don't really care. He's been marginally better than I expected, which was bad. Great.
Dad called me
The
Buster.
main thing that
I haven't heard that one in a long time.
is that the Democratic Party is voiceless, utterly silent. Every moment of every day, if you, as a Republican voter, want to hear what the news is on your party or what thing you should be angry about or which minority group you think is ruining America, like, you can go on...
Which color M&M?
Which color M&M is ruining
Fucking
America?
Christ, yeah.
Which color M&M is grooming your children into being transgender? You can go on any number of
That's
sites,
a good joke.
talk to any number of people, or
I just got
any
that.
number of politicians, and they are keeping you up to date. For Democrats, this isn't the case. AOC does better than most with the Insta feed stuff,
Sure.
but even that's like the bar, right? Like
She doesn't have a
the fact that
production
Biden
house.
is virtually silent.
She's literally
means that
doing
there
like a
isn't
selfie thing in her living
unifying
room.
voice, like we had back with Bernie for a long time.
Sure.
He's just too old now, you know. But that's what I mean about
Love Bernie, but
cringe,
yeah,
you
he
know?
is.
It's not about being passive or anything.
He is a
It's
bit of an
just-
oldie.
I feel like we're in a really rough position right now.
So,
and
so I agree, but I just want to. I know this seems like such a small point, Vaush, but like when I just said the thing about a $15 minimum wage, like fighting over that, or like
Vaush
fighting
was
over the
talking-
bifurcation of the Build Back Better bill or whatever.
Mhm.
Your instinct was to say, okay, but the voters aren't going to understand it anyway.
the specifics of that
but
situation
wait a
are a
minute.
bit.
I
So
don't
you said
even.
the voters aren't going to understand it anyway.
I don't
say,
even think
well,
it's like a
that's part
they
of the project
they
that
they can't
that's the
understand. It's
politician's
that
job is to
they're
make
not
them
interested.
understand it and to
They're just not
bring these kinds of
interested.
things up regularly enough so they get to understand them, and you seem to agree with that. But in effect, I would just put to you humbly, I would put to you that the effect of constantly pivoting to, well, no one's going to do it, like it comes off as an excuse for why people shouldn't act. And over again, I've noticed on the left that there is this energy that says, well, things aren't going to work, or things are going to be hard, or the first time we try this, it's not going to work. So we shouldn't do it anyway. That ultimately serves to absolve the few kind of progressive
I mean,
people we
Bernie
have in
did run
Congress
twice. I don't.
of doing anything at all. And I think has the effect of stymieing movement energy.
Okay, I don't disagree with that.
Hey, YouTube, thanks for watching. Just a reminder that this is a
Oh man, now I need to know what the actual response to that was. But I guess that's gonna be. I don't actually know when the next one's coming out. Let's see. Should probably let it go because it's past the point of its usage. Part 2, cool. Is there gonna be a? Yeah, how is obsessing over forced to vote throughout the pandemic at the time when millions of no, stop it. I'm not reading this comment section. Okay. Anyway. Look, when it comes to force the vote, this is the thing. It's past the point of it being useful. It's past the point of it being a interesting what's the word? Debate at this point. So I'll just move on. Next time there's another opportunity to force the vote, then if it's actually the right moment, then you do that. But until then, there's really no reason to be continually hammering this one home at this point. But anyway, okay, let's see. Am I out of water? No. Am I out of water again? I am kind of out of water again. Okay. Then I do what? What do? You do what? You do this. You watch the BRB thing while I go get water. I mean a Colorado Rocky Head. Anyway, okay. I'm gonna get water. This will be the last break, and then what is it? Oh yeah, that's right, Jordan Peterson. What the fuck is wrong with me? I completely forgot that I had the Jordan Peterson thing queued up. Stop, don't you play. Ooh, will I get DM? I don't give a fuck. I'm small. They won't notice me. Why does that play every time? That's a funny sound though. Okay, anyway. Let me go grab some water, and then we'll do Jordan Peterson on Rogan, which I guess he wanted to talk about his license being under threat, which that'll be fine. You live in the highest baseball place where baseballs are free to fly out of your baseball place. This is true. Baseballs fly highest in Colorado. Okay. Yeah, I keep needing to do this. If I always hate doing this part. It always feels so transactional, but if you've enjoyed the stream, if you've enjoyed of anything that you've watched, I implore you, you should totally go down. If you're on Twitch, hit the follow button. And if you're on YouTube, which this is also happening on YouTube, you should go down to the little subscribe button and hit that. It makes me happy. It lets me do this more. I don't know. I don't know. It's like, it's a good thing. It's a good thing to follow the stream on Twitch, and it's a good thing to subscribe to the channel on YouTube. But I'll be right back. Like I said, just grabbing water. Give me a minute. All right. See, I told you it'd be fast. And you were worried that it was gonna take all. I was gonna be gone for long. Okay. All right. Jordan Peterson showed up on Joe Rogan. Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. Okay, let's hear him out. So Jordan Peterson seemed to be like really upset about I guess the province of Ontario, yes. The province of Ontario threatened. Whoa. Okay, don't know what happened with that. My computer just did something very odd. Oh, okay. That's fine. This will just be for us then. It won't get recorded on the thing. The province of Ontario sent Jordan Peterson recently a letter letting him know that they would be reviewing his license and revoking it if he did not participate in further education when it came to, I guess, his rhetoric online. I think specifically it was about like social media and his conduct on there in terms of professionalism. But let's hear his side of this. Let's hear Kermit's side of this. Okay, let's go.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Hopefully, I don't get clapped up for this. I have no idea if I don't.
This conversation because of what's going on with you in Canada.
Damn, dude, my dude's fucking head is fucking shiny as shit.
Is in jeopardy because you have opinions about politics that they disagree with, which is a very dangerous.
Yes, Juki Hawk? You summoned me by saying, dude, what? Yes. Yes, he is. Yeah.
And bizarre turn of events.
Well, it's your fault, actually. You know, I told you, I think.
Oh, shit, he's wearing his like, heaven and hell suit. I'm not gonna lie. I actually kind of like this suit. It's kind of a fly suit. It's kind of cool. The red and the blue. I prefer the red side, the burgundy. It looks really cool, but it's a cool suit. It's a cool suit.
A week or so ago when we talked
it's
about
fun.
this. Okay, so let me give you some background here. So
I want to know how it's my fault.
I will. I'll tell you. A lot of things are your fault, as it turns out.
Oh,
so
no.
Yeah. So the College of Psychologists has basically levied what are equivalent to about 13 lawsuits against me simultaneously. Now, the reason I call them lawsuits is because
are they actually lawsuits?
On behalf of a complainant. Now, the complainant can be anyone anywhere in the world who complains about me for any reason. They don't have to be former clients. They don't even have to be anybody I've ever met. They don't even have to have met anybody I've ever met.
Okay,
So,
makes sense.
So it could be someone online.
Well, it is. All this is pretty much, all these complaints are someone online. None of them are my clients, although half of them claim to be falsely, and the college didn't throw out their complaints despite that. So, which is really quite interesting.
And what are the complaints?
Well, okay, let's see.
You said that there's lawsuits.
One complaint is about the tweet I made about Ellen or Elliot Page.
About?
I said that a criminal physician cut off her breasts and that pride was the sin. So now I'm in trouble again because I just said the same.
Hey, whoa, the suit's not the suit. You know what the suit fits in? You know what this suit fits into? Awful taste, good execution. That's what the suit fits into, in my view, in my opinion. Like, if you had asked me, do you want like a heaven and hell suit? I'd be like, no, that's fucking stupid. But then if you showed me, I'd be like, no, it doesn't. You did a good job making that. I can't be mad at it. Can't hate.
Cover where they featured that overweight model, and I tweeted out "not beautiful," and I guess that was something like fat shaming. I don't remember exactly what the
yeah, is a bit fat phobic, my friend.
Justin Trudeau and a former staff member of Justin Trudeau and Jacinda Ardern. I made a joke about her coming. I was going to New Zealand, and the New Zealand leftist press was freaking out, and I made this joke about bringing my alt-right trolls to New Zealand, and then I put in parentheses, or maybe they're just, ordinary people who are trying to clean up their rooms. So apparently that was casting the profession into disgrace. And then they submitted, one complainant from the U.S. submitted the entire transcript of our last discussion.
No, it does not.
So
I'm disappointed in the tie. I am disappointed in the tie.
I say, and apparently everything you say too, is bringing the profession of
I don't know why he picked like this weird fish scale looking ass tie to go with this. This does not. I would agree with you in that. I like the jacket. I like the jacket. You know what's worse? Actually, I just thought about this. I remember I saw like a full picture of him wearing this suit. The pants aren't the pants aren't blue and red either. The pants are fucking one color. It's fucking disgraceful.
My comments about the inadequacy of climate models. And so, part of the reason I'm pursuing this action with regard to the Ontario College of Psychologists, well, there's two reasons, really. Three. One is, leave me the hell alone, guys. You've been on my case nonstop for 7 years.
Well, maybe don't put out unprofessional, fat phobic, and transphobic tweets. Maybe don't use your accreditation by a crediting board to validate your what's the word, unfounded views on gender and I guess what would it be for fat phobic, like I don't want to say like physical health, I guess. Yeah, like physical health.
Not once before that, in 20 years of practice, there's no complaints ever levied against me. It wasn't until I started to become, relatively well-known publicly that the college came after me. And
yeah, when you embarrass them.
13 lawsuits compiled up, and all of them are for political opinions, and half of them have been put forward on false grounds. But even that's not enough for me to engage in the battle. The reason I'm engaging in the battle is.
Well, is he like appealing it? Okay.
Social media retraining, so I communicate better.
Oh my God! It's probably just gonna be like some lame ass like milk toast. Like, here's how to appropriately respond to people on social media as a member of the accreditation. It's your responsibility to whatever. It's the most benign HR bullshit, dude. It's like, stop pretending like they put a gun to your head. But then again, this is the guy
What's a social media communication
who thought that one bill was going to get him locked up.
And how do you know that if you have that social media expert train me, that I'm going to be a better therapist?
Wasn't he also like a benzos addict too?
Suggest that in the least. So I'm not going down that route.
We should explain that, because
so I've already been sentenced, right?
Yes.
This isn't a threat by the college. This is what the situation already is.
Right, because you don't have a
disciplinary board yet, but they've already convicted me.
Yes,
of disgracing the profession.
Yep.
And sentenced me to an indefinite period of re-education. And that's the second most serious punishment that they can levy against a professional. The first is to take away the license. The second is to undergo
Yep.
this retraining and to public.
Well, wait. If you don't do the training, you get your license taken away. That's not the right order there, Jordy. You don't do the training, they'll take your license away because they license you to practice, in this case, psychology in the province of Ontario. Like,
Publicly announce the necessity for that, which they've already done in my case. And so now I have to sit down with
oh
these
no,
experts
Joe didn't push him
at
in a
my
question.
expense
I can't believe
for
it.
a definite period of time until I'm trained properly, whatever the hell that means, by the criteria of the so-called experts and the
Do you think he said this when he was getting his original degree? Like he was like, you're going to teach me properly.
Training.
You're going to teach me properly how to be a psychologist. How dare you?
Orwellian.
Yeah. Well,
Oh my God, this dumb fuck has no fucking clue what Orwellian means.
But the other reason I'm pursuing it, and to the degree that
I'm so fucking sick and tired of people bringing up Orwell. I'm so fucking tired of it. Like,
able to keep my head cleared during this process, because it definitely makes me angry, and really made me angry over Christmas when I was spending Christmas going through the minutia of all these bloody lawsuits, trying to figure out what the hell they were up to, instead of, taking a bit of a break and having some time with my family.
Cry me a river.
But to the degree that I'm upset,
Do you know how many people work through the holidays, do actual grueling labor? Spare me.
Part of the reason that I want to pursue this, and part of the reason we're pursuing an objection to what they're doing on Charter of Rights grounds in Canada, is because they're interfering with my freedom of conscience and speech. And again, it isn't even the case that the reason that that's a problem is because it's about me. The reason it's a problem is because the colleges in general, like the regulatory boards of professionals, are doing this to everyone. Lawyers, physicians, teachers, massage therapists. There's all these licensed professions. And if you're a licensed profession, the government establishes a board of your peers to regulate conduct of professionals. Now, and
does that sound Orwellian or out of the norm of literally anything? If I'm being perfectly honest, that's actually a really cushy position. Your entire industry is like self-regulating, which usually results in people getting away with a lot of bad behavior because the board doesn't want it to get out that there is bad behavior. They'd rather have as clean of a record as possible. But like, they're licensing boards. If you're not, like,
in a functional time, all that happens then is that generally the people who get in trouble with their own clients, right? With the people they've been dealing with directly. And then the board steps in on the side of the person who's been injured by a pathologically practicing professional. And fair enough. But now it's been weaponized, and it's been weaponized as a political tool too. It's not like activists don't know that. And it's so preposterous because I have 20 million people following me on social media.
Right.
And God only knows how many views of my videos, for example, or the interviews.
Probably should be a bit smarter about what you say.
And like
just a thought.
How many people complained? 20 out of millions?
20?
And then the college didn't have to pursue those complaints. They can they have to.
No, they picked 20 because they're not going to pick all the people who made complaints. They just are using 20 complaints
about their own behavior. So I have no idea what they're going to do about that. But they didn't have to investigate. They chose to investigate. And as I said,
you chose to take me out. The government's trying to take me out.
And weren't. So what we have here is we have 13.
Were they claiming to be your clients? Wasn't there like an open? Didn't the actual board say like, yeah, these aren't your clients. These are coming from like a mass number of people. These are the examples we picked to represent a probably flood of complaints in terms of your certification.
To someone they didn't know, to someone who they didn't know, anyone who knew as a consequence of things I said on social media.
Oh, it is Twitter. It is a public forum.
Were they fourth-hand claims of harm?
You don't need to be like in somebody's presence to complain about their rhetoric.
So the bloody
like what?
Violating its own measurement standards by even pursuing this. But So not only are they based on fourth-hand information and then an outright lie, which is they were clients of mine, they're also predicated on the assumption that it's okay to go after a professional for expressing political criticism.
Jordan, have you ever held a real job before? Let me ask anybody out there. If you have a job, I'm assuming everyone whoever sees this will have a job. Will have a normal job. If you're working retail and you're known to pop off on Twitter about this or that, do you think you're told to not put your employer in your profile? Because if you do that, then they have to put a disclaimer that the opinions of their coworker, of their employees, is not the opinions of the company. You see, this is a really regular and normal thing that everyone kind of has to live with. If you act in accordance, if you act in any kind of way while identifying as an employee or representative of, any kind of professional group, organization, whatever it might be, they will probably sever ties with you when you create trouble for them. When you go out there and spouting politically controversial things, whether it be, me advocating, there's a reason why I don't have my employer on my Twitter profile as I advocate for higher wages and unionization, because they will eventually use that against me as evidence of me rabble rousing. Same with if I said anti-vax stuff, same thing would happen. Or if I said, any number of anti-Semitic things that people say online sometimes. Like, this is a normal function of professionality. I'm assuming that's how you say that. Professionality and social media presence. If Jordan Peterson does not want to have his license revoked or anything else, here's what he could probably do. Here's what I would assume would be the bare minimum on this one. Jordan, you need to go to your Twitter page. You need to erase all references to the Ontario School of Medicine or wherever the fuck he studied at. And you got to take out the doctor part. You're just Jordan Peterson. Because if you are speaking as Dr. Jordan Peterson, you are doing so through our validation. That's why. That's why his license is being challenged.
Because, literally half of them are, I said something about Trudeau. I said something about one of his top aides. I said something about Jacinda Ardern. I said something about an Ottawa City Councillor in relationship to the trucker convoy. I said something about climate. Every single one of the complaints is political. And so why is that a problem? Well, see if you can figure it out for yourself. That'd be the first answer. And the second is...
Welcome to the world.
I have a friend in Canada, a very well-known physician, international reputation, and a reasonably decent secondary income stream. And when this all hit...
Well, that's nice.
I reached out to him. He's a very brave guy. He's done a lot of writing that could easily get him in trouble.
I know Jordan's not about to be like,
I could get you and
I need to
lawyer at Queen's University who's going to essentially the college that
Jordan, you don't also get paid by practicing anymore. You're like a YouTube and Twitter personality. What is this like? Oh, my clients. You don't have clients, dude.
Functions for lawyers. I said we should do 3 letters same time saying that the colleges are chilling free speech in Canada with psychologists, with physicians, and with lawyers. And he said he didn't have his house in order enough to dare to take on the college. And the problem with that is that I don't know anybody in Canada who's a physician that's more well situated than him or braver. And even he was loath to do it. He'll do it eventually, but not now.
Or it just could be you because, you're like one of the largest, what's it called? Political figures on the right. I feel like, I kind of feel like Jordan would be able to pull that off. But these guys. It's always funny. Like it's like, dude, like, have you ever worked like a normal job? Like, yeah, like you can't be going out there and like and spouting off your politics as a representative of your workplace. I remember when I was like a lot younger, like my first job, like I would show up to work early, right? And we had like, you know, we had like work shirts. I would show up to work really like maybe a half an hour early, right? I'd show up to work half an hour early, and maybe I'd like take a nap like somewhere in the building that wasn't like the entrance to where we were, but you know, in an elsewhere area, you know, maybe off to the, you know, in an elsewhere part of the building, you know, and I'd take a nap there to kind of, you know, just to get a little bit extra sleep before I clock in, before I start working. And my boss comes up to me and he does like, hey man, have you been like sleeping like outside like work or whatever, like on the benches or something like that? I was like, yeah, I get here like kind of early, so I just kind of take maybe a 20-minute like rest, maybe lay down, listen to something, maybe take a small nap before walking in. And he was like, hey, like, you know, it's okay if you do that, but I need you to not do that in your uniform because you're representing the county. I was working for the county at the time. He's like, you're representing the county, and you know, you can't be laying down and kind of, you know, you look like a vagrant. You know, you can't be doing that. And like, is it fucking stupid? Yeah, but it's also at the end of the day, an organization looking out for their, you know, their, I guess, public facing perception, I suppose. And at the end of the day, especially if you're practicing medicine, a licensing board does not want the reputation of licensing somebody who goes on social media and spreads not just misinformation or disinformation, but actively spreads hate speech and actively spreads, derision and all the rest of this stuff. So, I mean, you know, cry me a river, man. Like, you know, you're in this position where if you didn't identify yourself and insist on what's it called, and insist in you know, and insist on your doctorate or whatever, then, you know, maybe the college will be like, all right, if you're acting as you the person and not you a representative of like psychology in the province of Ontario, not using our accreditation as a legitimizing tool, then go forth. But that means he has to give up the doctor whenever he does this stuff, which I think is fair. I don't see a problem with that. But anyway, either way, what I got, like 4 minutes. Let's scroll through Reddit, see if there's anything of interest. What is this? Here, we're gonna switch to this really quickly because I want to read this. I want you guys to see this. Mr. Beast, Twitter, rich people should help others with money. Me, okay, I'll use my money to help people, and I promise to give away all my money before I die, every single penny. Twitter, Mr. Beast, bad. This person looks like they had a stupid response. The rich are inherently bad. Doesn't matter what you do, or what you do it with, I'm assuming is what they meant to say. This person, pudding person, cringe, stupid take. Now this, on the other hand, we're gonna do a quick one. Let's do a quick one. Ooh, maybe I should do a quick one. Maybe I'll like put this on TikTok, maybe. Ooh, first one. Ooh, okay, let's do this quickly. Twitter, rich people should help others with their money. Yes, this is how you do that. Pay your taxes. Advocate for higher tax rates for richer people. That's how rich people should not be giving away their money to random people, because at the end of the day, that's charity, and that's also what's the word I'm looking for, not societally valuable. You see, just giving away your money to somebody, it doesn't solve the actual systems problem. It just solves that individual, that interpersonal issue that person might be having. What I want is higher taxes. What I want is a system where rich people do not have an outsized ability to influence influence politics and to influence the the function of our society, outsize their what's the word, position in their quantity, I should say, or their percentage of the population. Me, okay, I'll use my money to help people and promise to give it away. Da, 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 da. Okay, so cool. You promise? Cool. At any point you could say, fuck that, I'm not even going to do it. Mr. Beast off of this tweet could be like, guess what? Fuck all of you. I'm not giving away my money anymore. Fuck everybody who's here. I'm getting it mine. And that's the problem. There's no way to actually do this in a functional way that isn't just him choosing to do so. At any point he can go back on this. At any point he can decide that, nah, actually I don't feel like helping other people, or I don't feel like helping Americans. I'm just gonna fuck off, take my money, and leave. That's why this is the both of these are cringe, but for very different reasons. This person's being stupid by being essentialist. Rich people are fine. It's that the accumulation of wealth past a certain point isn't helpful to society. What we need to do is distribute wealth, that like the wealth that a country has, to as many people as possible in a not in an equal way, but in a way that is I think equal to one's contribution in society. That's probably not the right way I wanted to word that, but my main point being that, like, this sort of stuff, like I'll give away my charity and like da 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 da. Okay, fine, whatever. You're one guy, you're one dude. It's not meaningful. You're gonna solve what, 1,000 people's problems. Meanwhile, the entire system that keeps people under the boot of a capitalist ownership still in place, it doesn't really do that much. It doesn't fix any of the core problems. It's a band-aid. It's a band-aid for let me think. It's a band-aid for a problem that's systemic. It's a band-aid for like catching, I don't know, fucking MS. Fuck it. Somebody mentioned MS the other day to me. It's like if you had MS and the doctor was like, well, I can like give you this band-aid that'll like, kind of clear up some of like maybe the wounds or something, but like, there's no, like, you need to fix the core problem. So if he doesn't give it away and fulfills his promise, he's good. It's unfair to criticize him for not fixing the entire world. He's doing what he can. Okay. What's this? Porcupine son. Okay, let me respond directly to you. Charity is value. Charity of value. Charity is fine. I don't have a problem with charity. I have a problem with charity being the only way that we solve systemic poverty. That's the problem I have. We have a real problem with poverty in this country, and we're not going to solve it by rich people just kind of choosing to be nice where they feel like it. See, you fix this by developing systems and programs to address the problems. If people aren't getting paid too much, it doesn't matter if like one guy is like, here, I'll like walk around a city and pay people $500 for no reason. That doesn't solve their wage problem. That just solves their immediate, like, oh, here's $500. That's gonna go to your rent. That's gonna be gone. It's not gonna be a meaningful long-term change. I want to emphasize, this is not okay. This rich and inherently not okay. But like, and I don't even think Mr. Beast is bad. Mr. Beast is a perfectly fine guy. Like, seems like a nice dude. He wants to do at least some good in the world. But like, at the end of the day, like, I think criticizing him as a person isn't really necessary. But, and here's the key thing. But the problem is that people get fixated too much on the like, oh, look at the like good he's doing, da 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 da, and all the rest of this stuff. And it's like, well, I would much rather Mr. Beast have spent his video curing blind people and spending more time of it explaining why the US can absolutely afford to do this, and at the very least proposing some kind of long-term solution and some kind of societal change. That's what I want. I want society to be better. It's nice that Mr. Beast does nice things, but like, the amount of nice things he does aren't gonna change the world, and don't do much more than kind of give him like karma points as a rich person, which is fine. Karma points is good. Everyone should do good things, but I want broader change, and I want broader solutions and longer term solutions. But it does help. Just feels like you're talking about something else entirely to criticize what he was doing. No. Let me be clear. I'm not criticizing Mr. Beast the person. I'm not criticizing him the person. Like, I don't know the guy from Jack, but I know the impact he has, and I know the content he puts out. And like, the content sometimes feels gross, but I feel like that kind of comes with some content creation. So I'm like, all right, you know. And the concept of him being like, okay, look, I do all this, like, set off like a bajillion, gajillion, gazillion fireworks videos that, you know, I do this video to fund doing a video that cures some people's blindness. Like, I understand the do a little bit of not bad, but like neutral to do some good. It's totally fine. But like, unfortunately, people don't approach this. I think people approach this from an interpersonal level. And I don't think that's the way you need to look at this. The way you need to look at the Mr. Beast, like, entire discourse, like is not on an interpersonal Mr. Beast is bad. What Mr. Beast is just a representation of a system that isn't really working for everybody, but tries to make the excuse that, oh, well, if we fix it for some people, then it might be all right. It's like, no, the system's broken. Why not? We just, I don't know, we just cure everybody's blindness. Like, we could just do that in the US instead of relying on this kid to do it. Like, which I think he does say that. I think he does point that out, which is really good. I am happy for him for that. But, you know, it's a systemic thing. You know, it's not something that you should be focusing on the person for that. I try to emphasize, focus on systems. Systems are the things that are actually shaping how your society is functioning and how it's dysfunctioning if it's not functioning properly. He's making videos to maximize profits. That's fine. Sure. I mean, he can maximize profits, but also, again, you're just kind of making money by making, you know, it's fine. I mean, if I made money off videos, that would be really cool. But I don't know if he's what's it called? If he's really creating long-term or meaningful change. He's changing a few people's lives, which good, but as a society, we can do better. Capitalism is a great system. Well, that's where we fundamentally disagree, unfortunately. But that's okay. I love disagreeing with people. But, yeah, what else is going on Twitter? Let's see. Charity is good as long as you're advocating for systemic changes. Yes, that makes sense to me. Why is it? Oh, yeah. I mean, it creates wealth, helps people. Well, so capitalism as a system its main goal is to accumulate and grow wealth, which can be used to help people the same way the money that Mr. Beast makes from his YouTube videos can help people, but they don't have to necessarily. And I think in a capitalist society, a lot of most modern, like, societies, countries, Western civilization generally, are mixed, right? So you want the wealth creation, the wealth growth that capitalism brings, but you do need a robust, basically social safety net, or a social, maybe not safety net is the word. I think it's more of like a social structure to make sure that you're using that growth, you're using the growth that capitalism creates to, to build and maintain a positive social environment, which means keeping your people healthy, keeping your infrastructure well maintained, innovating, stuff like that. Like, you need to, there's a lot that capitalism on its own, I don't think is a system that prioritizes people. It's so happens that sometimes it does, and when certain interests align, it does. But it's not built to prioritize people. It's built to prioritize wealth accumulation. Like, as a system, that's what's at its core. But let's see. Let's check Twitter really quick, and then I'm gonna bounce up out of here. Anyway, like, the poorest people in the U.S. now have more resources and access to more things than most humans ever in history. That's always been the case, though. That's been the case since, like, there were people throwing rocks around and living in darkness, and then the one guy who made fire. Like, the what's the word? The progress of not just human innovation, but like human evolution. Each generation has always improved on the other one. Okay, since the advent of capitalism, I don't. People who lived under feudalism lived a lot better lives than the people who lived, 400 years before then. They had access to much more resources. Like, the resources gained is not, I don't think, the metric that you want to measure that by. Human life was the same. Let's see. What is going on in the world? What is happening? Wait, what? Wait, what am I watching right now? I have no idea what I'm watching right now. Interesting. Okay. Oh yeah, I saw this too. People are really... Huh? Oh yeah, I saw people were really upset over boobies for whatever weird reason too. Anyway, I don't think I can show that discourse on stream. I don't think I'll get away with that one, sadly. Okay, well... Damn those woke moralists. Damn right those woke moralists. Anyway, okay. So, do I have anything planned for tomorrow? Let me double check. I don't think I do. I don't think I have any programming notes for tomorrow. Where's my list? Where's my list? Do you have sunburn? No, I'm just brown. Jerk. Okay. No, I don't have anything planned for tomorrow. We're gonna just fly by the seat of our pants. Yes. What do you want? It's also a light. There's also a light. It's on the warmer one. Look, here. Like, this is with no light. Here. Oh God, that's like the really bright white one. Here, this is like the medium one. Like with the warmer light, it does make me look a little bit browner, but this is, yeah. I like the warm light. It's also cold outside. I want it to be warm. I want it to feel warm. Anyway. Yeah, that's gonna be it for tonight. Yeah, tomorrow 7:00, same time, on here and over on the YouTube. Let me do the thing that everyone says that you're supposed to do as a content creator. If you enjoyed the stream, if you had any fun, if you got any value out of this, I would be really, really grateful. I'd be really, really appreciative if you went down in the little below this on Twitch and hit that follow button. It really helps me out. I do this 3 times a week. I like doing this. I have a normal full-time job. Hopefully I can quit that and do this instead. And then if you're also over on YouTube, you can also hit the subscribe button. That would also be really cool. I hate doing these call to actions. They always feel very inorganic and very transactional. But, if you stuck around, if you watched, I just appreciate that. I've had people come back after couple weeks, watch again, which again, I just appreciate having an audience. But either way, you all have been a great audience. I've been kind of cold, but also really warm. We have the heater on in here, and it's like, what degrees is it outside right now? It's like super. God, oh, it's snowing again. Great, it's snowing again. What degrees is it? It has to be like, go away. Oh my God, it's like 5 degrees out. Anyway, I've been cold. You've been a great audience. Yeah, I'll see you all tomorrow, and then on Thursday. Y'all have a nice night, and goodbye.